All right, fish time. It's 8:30.
Time starts now.
Going to 12:30.
12:30.
8:30.
We got fish
8:30 to
everywhere.
12:30. Let's go.
Let's do this. Biggest fish.
Hey y'all, welcome to Strait Shootout, where we got 4 boats going against each other for 4 hours for one big fish. I'd like to introduce you to the teams. Team 1, top left corner, is Alicia and Braden. Team 2, top right corner, is Coling and Mike. Team 3, bottom left corner, is James and Jeff. And Team 4, bottom right corner, is Getz and Eric. And today's host is me, James, and Brian.
Yeah, so the premise of today is, 4 teams going out, live footage, and catching the biggest fish. Just one fish, but the biggest out of all of them, correct?
Yes, it is. And you can catch as many fish as you want, and that gives you as much big screen time as you want, and gives us all some entertainment. But the main of this is so that you can see how each team changes to try and get bit. A lot of the live footage, yes, it's great. It goes from fish catch to fish catch, but you don't actually get to see any of the adaptations that anyone makes.
Right, like moving around the lake, changing because of water temperature, wind, or anything like that, right?
Yep. You can see a little bit of color. It depends on how big of a screen you have, but you'll see some talks in here of people talking about color and thoughts and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's a good time of year to go out there, right?
It's definitely a great time of the year. This is shot in December, late December, early January. So it's basically really good showing of the winter time and what you want to adapt to and what kind of techniques everyone's using.
Yeah, because the water temperature is getting colder out there, right? We are in California, so it is warmer than some areas in the United States, but it is getting colder. The fish are starting to really get into that winter pattern, and you got to actually go after them.
Yeah, luckily we're in an area where it doesn't freeze over. That freeze over is something that half of the country has to worry about. We don't have to worry about that. Water's still in the 50s, so it's not even close to freezing. But the fish are definitely cooling down and slowing down.
Schooling up.
Yep,
mainly,
schooling up,
right?
pushing bait, stuff like that. And that's kind of what's going on for this day. But you can see here kind of what's started out here. A lot of people seem to be kind of near Main Lake. Nobody's in the Narrows, at least not yet, that is.
Right. Anybody could move there, right? Like the Narrows at Lake Berryessa is a really good spot in the wintertime because you have a lot of spotted bass. You have a lot of the smallies that are really active in that area, right?
Yep.
And with that being said, Lake Berryessa is a great place to go to get that grand slam, that largemouth, that smallmouth, and that spotted bass in one day.
And somebody might get that grand slam today, or they might all get grand slams today. But we don't know until we watch into this. Oh, look at that. Team 3, James and Jeff are hooked up. Let's listen in.
They're back. They're not very big though.
That's a good size, man. Yeah, it's a great start. Hold on. There you go. You get out of your way.
Fish one.
Oh, looks like we lost the footage there. It looks like James hit the wrong button instead of the right one and cut his own camera off on his own video. Good job, James.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get in here in a second and he'll come right back and he can tell us a little bit about what was going on there.
What could have happened?
He definitely hit the wrong button and cut himself out. Oh, he's back. Let's listen.
I hit the wrong button. Back live though.
Not a bad start to the day. Nice smallmouth. Looks like he was throwing an A-rig right there. He probably told the camera right before he hit the wrong button on that one. But What do you think about that? A-rig right off the jump?
I would definitely throw an A-rig in this time of year, right? Wintertime, an A-rig is a key playing out here, right? Because it looks like a school of fish swimming through.
And they're definitely pushing that shad at the same time, or that bait at the same time.
Yeah, wintertime, they're balled up, they're chasing that bait. You could usually tell because their teeth are really sharp, right? Like,
yep.
When you catch a fish and you grab onto it and you can tell those teeth are sharp, you know that they're feeding on shad.
And when those lips aren't sharp and they're all dulled out and red down, that's usually they're eating something hard, right? Like crawdads in the rocks or something like that. So that's when, Alicia is hooked up.
I got one. Maybe. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. That wasn't nice. He even took my worm. Well, that sucks.
Oh man, that hurts. We get a good hook set like that, you think you're gonna have a good fish on.
Yeah, and it's winter time, so every little bite helps and every little bite counts.
Yeah, you gotta take that opportunity when you get a bite.
Yeah. So back to what we were saying, baits that usually do pretty good. You got the A-rig that you can throw to focus on that. It's pretty diverse. You can get down to 50 foot. You can be up in 5 foot.
You could throw them through trees.
You can throw them through trees. You can throw them around rocks. There's all sorts of things that you can do on that. Other baits you can have is like the old famous drop shot, like what Alicia just got bit on right there.
And she said something about it took the worm from him.
Yep, took the worm from her. That means that she's getting robbed on there. So they definitely are getting it in their mouth and grabbing onto it. She just didn't quite get a hook point in her.
I wonder what
fish.
I wonder what color she was actually throwing. If she's getting a bite, that means she's on the right track.
Yep, she's on the right track. She's just got to go back into that box and reload it. Can't exactly tell what color she's throwing in there. Kind of looks like a watermelon-ish color. Not 100% sure what it is. I'm sure later on she'll tell us though.
Hopefully.
So, but yeah, it looks like everybody seems to be on Main Lake. That there's no winds. The only person that's wind is Brian or Getz and Eric. They're the only ones that have any sort of chop on the water.
You could see a little bit of ripple in the water, and sometimes I actually like the ripple a little bit more, when I'm throwing stuff, because it breaks things up, right? Like the fish can't see as well.
Yeah, like that A-rig, I definitely want to have chop on the water with that A-rig. When it goes slack, it's really hard to get that bite on there. A lot of times they'll just follow it. They won't actually commit to it.
Yeah, it's almost like they could see the wires at that point in time. You know what I mean? Like they can't, it breaks it up if you have a little ripple, overcast, and you could tell it today has some overcast to it.
Yeah, it has basically most of the functions that you would need for A-rig, but except for that little bit of wind chop. So, I mean, it does make sense that James has already been bit on that A-rig right off this jumping this morning.
Yeah, it's an awesome bite to have.
Oh, look at that. Alicia and Braden are sword fighting over there.
Oh, that's not good for a rod.
Yeah, they do. In fairness, they do have a little bit smaller boat than the rest of us, but they are on the water. They are fishing, so they have a perfect sized boat as far as anyone's concerned.
And realistically, if you look at it, out of the 4 boats, they've already got a bite. There's two people have a bite, and they're one of them. So they're definitely in this competition.
Yeah, they all these people talk crap about tin cans and all this other stuff, and there's plenty of other people out there that have won off of tin cans. There's 2 Bassmaster Elite or Bassmaster Classics that have been won out of aluminum boats. So there's nothing wrong with aluminums.
There's definitely an advantage to them because they sit a little higher in the water, and you could go further back in some of the creeks with that aluminum boat than you can with a fiberglass boat, right?
Yeah, you definitely can get. Oh, look! Oh, thought there was a hook set there. It's just Getz getting hung up there in the Team 4. So almost had me on jumping on a hook set there.
In this right now, it could happen anytime, right? Like you could get a bite at any point in time in this situation.
Yep, and they're all in really good locations. They start on the water at a place that they think that they are confident that they will catch right in the beginning. So there's no blast off time going to find it all. They start you drive to your best place and you're good to go from there.
So they left the launch ramp this morning at 7:30ish.
Yep, they all left at 7:30 and they had about an hour to round up where they wanted to start for the day.
So you could actually drive out somewhere, scan, look for fish, try to figure out what's going on, and then go to another spot and then pick your best spot that you want to start at for the day.
Yeah, basically. So that way you can start on where you want versus like a normal tournament. When you blast off, you go to your first spot, but you have no clue if the fish are actually there or not until you get there.
It's kind of a roll the dice, right? When
Yep.
you do a blast off from a spot, you pick a spot and you go to it, but you never know if that's where the fish are still at.
Yep, and this is basically kind of MLF style, because this is what MLF does. That everybody starts on their spot, and they get a little bit of drive around time so they can go check all this stuff out.
Yeah, that's definitely a bonus, right? Where you could be on the water, find your stuff, and then get ready to fish. But lines don't go in the water until 8:30.
Yeah, even if you catch a fish before 8:30, it doesn't count because it's got to be in that time zone. Once that camera starts rolling, then you can go. There's no point in wearing out your fish before anyways.
No, because could you imagine finding a spot, throwing something prior to see if it works, and catching that big fish?
Yeah, catching the fish that you need for the day, and then 10 minutes later, the official time starts, and you can't do nothing about it.
Oh, bro, that would hurt.
Yeah, that would definitely not be great. But,
It looks like Braden up there is throwing an A-rig also. A couple people have been throwing A-rigs, it looks like, already this morning.
yeah, it seems like the baits of the day so far have been A-rig and drop shot. And I'm not sure what Getz and Eric are doing, but they both didn't like what their morning are going. They're both retying right now.
Yeah, they both look like they're going down in the hatches, getting something out. I wonder what they're getting. You could pull about anything out right now. If the fish are schooling and they're after bait, there's a lot of things that you could get into.
Yeah, you have a plethora of things you could pull from. I mean, you could pull...
Such a big word.
It is a big word. I don't know if y'all... It's a big word for me. But you got blade baits, you got spoons, you got all sorts of stuff.
Tailspins.
Tailspins, you got
flutter spoons.
underspins, you got a ton of stuff you could pull. Not to mention, you could break it down low and go with Ned rigs. You could go with Carolina rigs.
Isn't that your favorite bait? The Ned rig?
The Ned rig. The Ned rig's my favorite bait ever. If you guys ever see me throwing a Ned rig, the wheels have fallen off the bus. It has been skidding on the ground and a train just hit it.
Yeah.
That's when I'm throwing a Ned rig.
But still, a Ned rig's kind of like a jig, and a jig gets a good bite, right?
Yep,
like
and
that low and slow on the bottom.
And it's definitely this time of the year is definitely when you can get those jig bites. Oh, that it looks like we lost the camera.
Who lost? Oh,
We lost
Coling.
Coling and Mike. So they are out. Hopefully they pop back in. They probably just had camera complications just like James did earlier during that fish catch.
Yeah, that sucks.
So once that drops back in, we'll drop them back in.
All right, so it looks like people are still fishing slow and low. Getz is back up and fishing.
Eric's picked up a spinning rod. Looks like Getz is breaking it really slow. He's working something slow. Braden's trying to hook his mom with an A-rig, but they're doing fine. And it looks like Jeff is throwing an A-rig off the front, and James still has an A-rig.
Yeah, throwing that A-rig. I'm telling you that A-rig, the draw power on an A-rig is just magical, right? Like you could throw an A-rig and fish could come from distance to get that, right?
Yeah. Even if they're not eating it, it still lets you know where they're at if you have forward scan.
Yeah, I definitely use an A-rig or like a glide bait as a search bait pre-fishing, just looking to see what fish are in the area.
Yep, just to pull them up. They don't always eat it. And, for those of you that have forward scan, you know that just because you can see a fish doesn't...
I fucking missed him.
Are you lying? You're
Fuck.
lying to me.
Well, I don't.
False alarm. Looks like whatever it was, that bite didn't fall through. Man, that's a couple of missed bites for them. That's tough.
Yeah, you got to capitalize on those bites, right? Especially this time of year.
Yeah, they are. They're in the right area. If you're getting bites, you're definitely in that right area. You know, they do school up this time of year.
Right. Well, what is James doing? It looks like he's gone down to the hatch, pulled out a drop shot, spinning reel, something like that.
Looks like he gave up on that A-rig and he picked up a drop shot. I'm gonna guess that he's looking at fish, but they're not reacting to that A-rig the way he'd like them to.
Yeah, that definitely happens, right? They get turned off, turned on. You never know what's going on with these fish sometimes. The active target definitely helps. That forward-facing sonar gives you that look, right? Like,
Yep.
Are the fish even interested in this?
Yeah, you can see, okay, they're not even looking at this, or they're coming at it, but they deep follow it or what have you.
Yeah, you could definitely tell if a bait is working pretty fast, right?
For the most part, I mean, you definitely have those times where, your best option is to throw something that 20 fish look at, but one eats. And versus something else where you can get spun out and you can keep cycling through baits. And the true answer is that you have to go through 20 to get bit. Just like old school.
Go through 20 fish, right? Like traveling down a bank and picking off the ones and twos here and there, right?
Yeah, just like old school, before you could even see them back in the day, like how Alicia and Braden are, they only have a graph in the back and they're still right there with us, catching in there. You don't have to have your electronics. Old school fishing still works.
Yeah. So realistically, Alicia and Braden are top right now, right? They don't have a fish in the boat, but they've had 3 bites. That is a lot, right?
Yeah.
We only have one person currently with a fish in the boat, and that's James and Jeff right now.
Yeah. And I mean, that's not even really a forward scan thing. I mean, yeah, he may have it, but they're definitely the people who are getting the best bites right now are Alicia and Braden.
It kind of looks like where they're at, they're over around the Big Island-ish.
Yeah, they're probably in that Big Island area.
What was that? Oh,
it hung up again.
Man.
Man.
Talk about a heart stopper, right?
Yeah, I thought here we are talking about how they're hooking up. I thought they were about to hook onto one right there.
When that A-rig touches the bottom and you think it's a tick, man.
Yeah, you could swing on that thing. And
you swear he
give it
swung on
everything
it.
he
It was
can.
California.
Yeah, he gets to weigh. You can't weigh in California as much as you want.
Man, it gets your heart pumping though sometimes. It looks like Jeff is still throwing A-rig. He's still got an A-rig on there.
Yep, Jeff's still hopeful with it.
I'm telling you, the A-rig this time of year, anywhere in Northern California, works.
Yeah.
And it looks like Getz is still drop shotting. What is going on with Coling? Like,
Yeah, he's definitely still not in the picture. I'm sure there's some camera issues going on. So
probably doesn't even know it happened.
yeah, I'm gonna guess at this point, if it's gone for this long, he's probably just fishing through it and the camera cut out for whatever reason, and he's just back there recording dead time or not recording anything.
Yeah, you could also tell, like looking at the different screens, that people are in different areas of the lake. There's different watercolor. And it looks like it's raining a little bit there on the bottom left. You could see a little bit of rain on James' camera.
Yeah, you can see the rain that's on there. That might be what's affecting Brian's camera.
Yeah,
that water.
With it raining, you got pressure changing, going up, going down. When the rain comes, when it goes. James looks like he doesn't know what he wants to do. He's just
staring at the air for whatever reason.
Maybe he just needs a shower. It's raining. He's looking up there, but anyhow, it looks like James is on a pretty good rock.
Yeah, it's Rock Point. I'm pretty sure that's north end of the lake. There's a rock area there. So he definitely is kind of locked in. He hasn't really been covering water very much. In fact, none of these 3 cameras have been covering water very much. They've definitely kind of locked into an area, and that's kind of the winter thing.
Yeah, like they've gone to their A spots and are fishing it, right? Like putting in the grind time.
Yeah,
Which James is going to his hatch. Maybe he needs a different color.
Going back to the hatch.
Oh,
nope, it's the rain. Rain dropped him in. It must be raining just enough to need that jacket again.
Yeah.
But that's, the format of this video lets you see how long people spend on the water and on their spots of where they're going to, they start where they're confident at, right? So you could see how long these people will stay.
It does, make a lot of sense to fish your confident area as long as possible. But sometimes, even though you're fishing those confident areas, they don't pan out for you.
Yeah, you definitely, you got, just because you're confident area doesn't mean you need to stay there the whole day.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on here. People fishing. We're doing it. James definitely looks like he's on the north end of the lake. You could actually see out across right now.
Yeah, now that he's turned enough, he's on the west side of the north end of the lake.
Yeah.
And Alicia and Braden, they look like they're kind of near the Big Island area. And then from earlier, I think Getz and Eric, they're also in that Big Island area.
It looks like Eric has gone to the well. He's going to dig something out. I wonder what he's trying to get out of there. Heck, who knows? Maybe he's trying to change a color or something like that.
Yeah, he's probably going to do that. Let's actually, maybe we'll just take a second and actually listen in on them and see what they have to say.
I got Aaron's Magic, Erler's Edge, blue and green. I got Charlie's Worm. It's a June Bug. Triple Magic. Watermelon Red Flake.
There you go. You never go wrong with that one.
Watermelon red. Sounds like he's found a color that he really likes. You like watermelon red?
I do like watermelon red. I don't know what it imitates, really, honestly, but it is a great color, almost year round. I throw it all the time.
And it doesn't matter what lake you're on either.
No, especially in Northern California, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and myself, watermelon red, I don't throw as much unless I'm in Delta or Clear Lake, but I throw watermelon candy, which in all reality are pretty much the same.
Yeah. I would throw like June Bug, like Eric was talking about, or like a Margarita Mutilator, the MM3. Those are actually a really good color for these kind of conditions with it being overcast.
Yeah, or like a Morning Dawn going something lighter. You got the Morning Dawn, you got Hologram Shad. You got a couple different colors there that you can mix around there depending on the day.
Yes, definitely. And then on top of being Berryessa with all the spots and the smallies, if you do go like Morning Dawn, use that chartreuse tail, right? They attract to that chartreuse tail for some reason. I have no idea.
Yeah, and I will say though that like with the cloud cover that everybody has right now, that Morning Dawn may not be a great decision. You may want that darker color. You can still definitely get bit off of it, but usually with cloud cover you want to pick up a darker worm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how fish, when it gets darker, you have to go darker, and when it's lighter, you should go lighter.
Yeah, right? There's always exceptions to that. I've definitely had some really great days throwing Morning Dawn in like almost dark conditions. I don't know why, if it just made it so they were only picking up on the vibration or what they were doing.
Yeah, it definitely works, but it looks like they made that decision to go to that watermelon red. I believe it's a good color. I would definitely throw it. I definitely carry it. I definitely have it in multiple different baits.
Yeah, and I am noticing there is not one A-rig right now on the deck. Not one person is throwing A-rig.
Yeah, Jeff right now is putting his A-rig down and pulling something else out of there. What's he grabbing?
He's switching the spinning rod. Or no, it's another bait caster.
I wonder what he's throwing.
Maybe a jig or something.
Underspin? That's another good bait.
Yeah.
To be using right now. Like if with the water flat calm like it is where James is, to throw that underspin instead of the A-rig, right? A little more subtle, a little more, still got that vibration and that moving bait. You could still cover some water compared to throwing a drop shot.
Yeah. And it looks like James is going in the box for something else. So he's done throwing that drop shot.
Are they on scramble mode right now, or what?
No, he's probably just shuffling around. I'm sure he's got fish located and he's just trying to figure out how to get them to eat.
Yeah, that definitely happens at this time of year, right? You find that school of fish, and sometimes they're eating, sometimes they're not.
Yeah, and being that their first fish was a smallmouth, that more than likely there is a school of smallmouth on there.
What do you think? Do you think the smallmouth, largemouth, spots, do they hang together?
During certain times of the year, they definitely hang together. I know that there's definitely spots where if I pull onto it and I catch a smallmouth off of a spot and I'm in tournament, I will actually leave that area because I know that there's no largemouth in that area for certain parts of Berryessa.
So in certain parts of Berryessa, you think that the largemouth are in different areas than what the smallmouth are?
For the most part, I think the smallmouth are so aggressive that they push the largemouth out. But if I roll on and I still catch a spot instead of a largemouth, I'll actually stay on that area. But if I catch like 5 spots in a row, especially if they're not the right size, I will leave that area and I'll come back later on.
So what you're saying is you think that the smallmouth or the spotted bass are like faster than a largemouth, so they would be getting the baits prior to?
Yeah, they're definitely more aggressive about it. Now, there is other ways you can attack that. You can find something that a lazier largemouth is going to come pick up. But if you're actually in a tournament, for me, and I'm trying to cover water or get bit, I'm just going to wait and come back to that spot later on when I think that those spots and smallies have moved on.
Do you think that it could depend on like the water temperature or the air temperature for the difference between if the spots and smallies are hitting first before the largemouth?
Yeah, pretty much. It's either going to be like time of day, bait in the area, could be water temperature, but like if you come back later in the day, depends on how shallow it is. If it's a deeper spot, then it just is timing. If it's a shallow spot, it could just be warmth. Like the largemouth they're in the area at all times. It's just whether they're active or not. Those smallmouth or the spots stay active above them.
Copy. So you're saying like largemouth are more sensitive to the temperature of water.
Yeah, usually they're more sensitive, but at the same time, in the wintertime, the big mamas seem to be less sensitive to that, and they're more willing to be up shallower and eating in the afternoons in those colder winter months.
That makes sense.
What about you? What do you think on that? If you roll onto a spot and you catching smallmouth, do you stay? Do you leave? What do you do?
Well, it depends on the size of the smallmouth. Realistically, like I'm gonna stay if they're good smallmouth. You know what I mean? Like you could win a tournament on smallmouth and or spots if they're the right size.
Yeah, especially if the largemouth aren't playing that day.
Correct. Because there's sometimes when the water temperature is just that cool that they don't want to play.
But if you roll onto a spot and you're catching 1.5 pound smallmouth during a tournament, are you going to stay with the 1.5 pound? What's your theory on that?
Well, if I'm fishing a tournament, first thing I'm going to do, and my goal is to put those 5 fish in the box. So if they're active, they're eating, and they're 1.5 pounds, I'm going to put all 5 1.5 pounds into the boat. And if that's all that I'm catching there and I'm not upgrading, then I'm going to move.
Yeah, but so now let's say you're catching 1 every hour. Are you going to grind out 5 fish at 1 every hour?
It depends on the time of year, right? Like if I go into a tournament and say it snowed the day before, right? Which happens here, or that really big cold front came in, and I think the fish are just going to be not active at all, I'm probably going to just go for those smallmouth or those spotted bass bass in this type of lake and try to get a limit, because who knows if you're going to get that limit, right? And that fifth fish might be what you need to stay in the points race or be mid-pack, right?
Yeah, you definitely leaving an empty fish, like only having 4, only having 3, that additional pound can definitely hurt you in the overall in rankings for that stuff.
100%. You know, that sometimes these weights on these tournaments, they come down to hundredths or a tenth of an ounce.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, myself, I would think, like, if I'm gonna grind out fish for 5 fish and I'm catching 1 an hour, I'm gonna try and go to an area where I can grind out a large bite, something that has that larger, if it's provided. But I'm gonna run that down first before I run to what I do know. So I'll still keep that area in my back pocket, but I might move from there.
But that is kind of a risk, though, right? You are taking a risk leaving fish that are active and feeding ish, even if it's a fish an hour, right? And go to something that might not pan out at all.
Yeah, it can definitely bite you. It can pay out or it can bite. It's a gamble, but most of the time you can't win unless you gamble in a lot of things in life. So sometimes you got to run with it.
Yeah, definitely. Fishing is a gamble in general, though, right? Like, no matter what you have, what knowledge you have, the fish still have to participate.
Yeah, you're going against another living being. So just because you have a great theory and you're just gonna go run, like most of these people here on the screen, they all started with A-rigs, and now one's still throwing A-rigs, but for the most part, everyone's switched over to
drop shot.
And
what is that
slower
carrot
stuff.
stick rod up there that Braden's throwing?
I don't know, but that thing is definitely a glow stick.
Man, you can see that from a mile away.
Yeah, I believe that's the Lose Mock series.
Yeah. I definitely like Lose. I don't know about their rods. I haven't really dove into that, but I definitely do like the Lose bait casters. Yep,
I'm a bait caster fan. I've heard a lot of good things about the rods, but I haven't thrown them. Jeff in Team 3, bottom left, he has the Mock rods also. He's got some bright carrot stick rods also.
And James is stripping his jacket off. It doesn't look like it's raining anymore. Getting warm.
Yeah, and if you look, James doesn't have any wind around him, but the other 2 teams, they have a little bit of ripple on the water. So
basically, looking at it, is the areas are completely different on the lake.
Yeah, you're laying out. It's possible that the fish that James is grinding on, it needs that wind, and it's possible that these other ones, I mean, there could be a lot going on right now.
So now, if you get in a spot like where James and Jeff is at right now, and the wind slicks off, do you take that risk of moving and going to another area where there might be wind?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of why they're changing baits right now. Is they're changing baits to try and see if they can get those fish to fire. And in all reality, once they realize that those fish aren't gonna fire, they're just gonna move on. In fact, actually, James has got that A-rig picked back up again just to try and get him to go. So he's probably getting a good enough reaction with that A-rig. They're just not committing like that first one did.
Yeah, and it looks like Eric is down in the well trying to dig out another color, it looks like.
Yeah, he's playing around with things, trying to figure out what's going on.
They probably have fish also. Like, they're probably looking at fish, trying to figure that out. Why they're not eating.
Yeah, just getting that grind in and seeing what they can do.
Definitely.
What kind of things do you do when it's in this grind time like this?
Well, I'll go to a drop shot. That is one of my favorite baits to go to grind on. I will throw a drop shot and dead stick it and let it sit on the bottom. Or another thing that I will really do is go to that Ned rig or like a football jig type bait and just grind it on the bottom, right? Like super slow. Where I pull it like 4 or 5 inches and let it sit, and pull it 4 or 5 inches and let it sit, and just wait for it to be mushy, wait for it to a tick, or a pop or something like that, right?
So kind of like what Getz and Eric are doing right now.
Yes, going low and slow. Like back in the old days, you could go to like a Carolina rig, right? That's what we used to do.
Yeah, or split shot rig.
Or a split shot, something like
Yeah.
that. Nowadays, they got Tokyo rig, jig rig, even the good old Texas rig. You
Yeah.
could throw down there with like a creature bait and just drag it on the bottom, right? Like, and hopefully you drag it by that fish that can't resist it.
Yeah, a lot of times, I mean, you could tell just from everybody going to bottom baits, that means that those fish went from being up and active, and they're probably just laid down now.
Yes.
So
and
you got-
and yesterday it was raining.
Yeah.
It was raining. So we are kind of in a post front right now with them fishing.
Yeah, and you can actually see a little bit of blue skies over the top of Eric and Getz.
It looks like Eric's going back for another color, possibly.
Yeah, shoot. You know they're doing good. Eric's probably been in the back of the boat changing out baits more than he's been up in the front of the boat casting.
Yeah. Well, and that's sometimes it comes to confidence, right? Like you want to throw something that you're confident in.
Yep, you definitely that's down to like the confidence area, right? Like in our reality, if Eric had that confidence in whatever the bait he was throwing, then he wouldn't be coming back to that.
Jeff's coming back to change baits. Alicia's changing rods. We got a lot of stuff going on, and people change. What is James doing?
A lot of adaptations.
Oh.
Is that the Lego Rage?
That was definitely the rage. He didn't even did the Lego hand. Did you see that?
Oh, that's even the Lego hand right there. If you guys don't know, that's in the Lego Batman movie. It's from Brian's kid, quoting that when James and Brian's kid went fishing for a day. That was her quote of the day, was Lego Rage.
Rage. Awesome. That is great. You can tell James is still laughing in the front of the boat from that.
Oh, yeah. He's probably telling the story about Rage to him right now.
That's awesome. All right. Well, sun's peeking out a little bit for Getz there.
Yeah, it looks like Alicia picked the A-rig up. That's probably the rod she was getting out.
Yep. And Eric and Jeff are still trying to figure out what they want to throw at some of these things. It's a definitely, you could tell so far, it's definitely a grind type fishing. What kind of...
And that is the point of this video. That way you can actually see what their adaptations are. They pick up a rod. You can see how long they keep that rod in their hand before they decide to make a change.
Yeah, definitely.
So you can...
And look at how slow Alicia's reeling that A-rig. You can reel an A-rig super slow and get trigger that bite of them, just a school of fish just coming by, right? Like,
yeah, just grind that bottom. That's basically the same tactic as throwing the drop shot and the Ned rig and all that stuff. Is you're just getting down there with a bigger school of fish and grinding it down slow with them.
I definitely will throw an A-rig that slow, 100%. I'll speed it up, or I'll throw it that slow. I definitely like that type of presentation when you're doing that really slow wind with them.
Yeah, and if you actually pay attention, that you can grind those A-rigs on the bottom like a jig, but it comes down to the hook or to the jig head itself.
Yeah, you definitely want a jig head that hooks on the front of that.
Yep, with a 60-degree line tie kind of thing. One of the examples of that is the Tactical Bassin Dirty Jigs, their actual one. Their original one, not their new baby one that they came out with, their finesse one, but their actual, it's got a good stout hook. It's got a good range of head sizes, and it has that lead head on it so that you can actually take it through the rocks, the trees,
it doesn't
whatever.
Pry up. Like if you tied on the top of the weight of the head and you hit something, that hook's gonna
that 90-degree
camber up, right?
If that eye is back in the middle of the head and you run into a rock, it'll actually stick that head into the bottom. But with those ones with the leading eye, it can just slide up and over it for the most part. I mean, as long as you don't hammer home with the hook set.
Right, and that's one of the main things about the A-rig is you don't need to set the hook really, just lean into it. And if it is the bottom, if you lean into it, most of the time you can go and go past it and it'll come free.
Yep, go to the opposite side of it, and then you can drop back into it.
Yeah, definitely. It is a really good technique, and oh, look at that. We got a camera back. Let's listen into this.
All right, we're running. All right, well, we haven't caught a fish yet. We've had a little bit of technical difficulties with the GoPro. Turned off on us, didn't know. Found a ton of bait, a ton of fish. The fish are moving on the bait and feeding on them. Can't get them to bite. Throwing an A-rig, throwing jerk bait. Underspin, drop shot, all of that. And I could see them moving around, some good fish. Just keep trying.
Hey, look at that. We get a little bit of an update for them, and that is what was going on, is they had the camera messing up. Doesn't look like they missed too much on there. Besides, we get to not see what they're shuffling around, because they don't look like they're in the same area they started at.
Yeah, they are. Well, one good thing is James and Jeff are still in the lead right now. They're the only ones with a fish in the boat.
Yep, they are. Well, the only ones in the boat. That is for sure, although there are other bites that are happening.
James is back down in the well, digging more rods out, or maybe he's putting one away.
I think he's
actually cleaning the deck off.
Yeah, I think he's putting them away, realizing, or he's just swapping them out with different ones. Just realizing that that's not the bait that's going to be of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And, it looks like Brian's still throwing an A-rig. Alicia and Braden's got an A-rig on still. And then you got the bottom two boats still grinding.
Yeah, and there's a lot more blue skies in the background, especially if you look at Coling and Mike's camera there. Now that they're back in, there's a lot of blue skies in there and no wind right where they're at.
If you look at all four screens, realistically, it looks like Getz and Coling are in the same area, and Alicia and James are in the same area also.
Yeah, it's definitely like they're not near each other on the lake, but you could just see the different weather patterns.
And it looks like Alicia's deciding to make a move.
Yeah, so they're the first to move off their area, and they're gonna cash out where they were and move on to greener pastures.
Yeah, see, it might be a bonus for him, right? Like, it might be that time for him to move.
Yep.
Man, that's a great shot that Coling's got in the background.
Yeah, definitely. It that time of the year is nice and pretty, that's for sure.
Yeah, not too cold. We are blessed that it doesn't freeze over. We don't have frost on our boats. It is a great time of year out here, and California, we are blessed that we don't have that type of weather.
Yeah, that lack of freezing is definitely a better than some of the other areas, but still not as warm as down south. Down south, Florida is probably in the spawning season at the same time as we're still in winter up here. So
they got gators.
They do have gators. They got things that can eat you down there.
Yeah, I don't like that. I still want to fish down there.
Yeah, I definitely on the bucket list. Looks like Alicia and Braden are going to head over to the east side of Main Lake. So that's where they're heading out of that. Oh, looks like we just lost Coling and Mike again.
Man, camera issues got to be.
Yeah, he already said it had camera issues, so there must be something. Whatever they thought they had resolved isn't quite resolved yet.
And you could tell they were both on the front of the boat when it dropped away, so...
Yeah, there's something going on there. So
definitely.
Hopefully they get that figured out, and we'll get them back up and going so we can see what they're doing, because they definitely did a little bit of moving from what they were.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a benefit to some of these fiberglass boats is you can get places a little faster.
Yeah, that is the one downfall of the aluminum
or the tin can
is that there's a little bit longer run to go to it. So you have to, when you make your decisions of where to go, you got to be a little more precise with them.
Yes, it's almost like kayak fishing, right? Like,
yep.
You have to make that decision, and you're going to have to stay with it with a kayak, right? Like, to go to just the east side to the west side of Lake Berryessa on a kayak, it's probably about a half hour.
Yeah, half hour, 45 minutes, somewhere around there with a torpedo, without a torpedo. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does make a difference. And then, when you're making that move and it's it's during tournament time. That's a half hour of fishing you do not get,
Yeah.
right? You can't catch a fish with the lines not in water.
Yeah, pretty much. And what like when you're moving, for the most part, are you looking to change something up? You're looking to go back with the same kind of stuff? Like when you're making a move, especially in the winter time, are you trying to find duplicates, especially if you already had fish located? What's your thought process with that?
I would like to do duplicates, right? Like I try to imitate where I'm at. Maybe I get to a different area and they're actually firing at that other area instead of where I'm at, right? So it is definitely something that I want to go and check out to see. What are your thoughts? Do you try to mimic what you're fishing, or do you change completely?
See, it kind of depends on the mood of the fish. If I'm on a school that's not firing, I can maybe go check one other one. And if that school, that same setup, the same kind of school is also not firing, I'm probably going to move and abandon that tactic, and I'm going to try and find another scenario. So like if I'm on a rock point and it's not working, and then I move to another rock point and it's not working, I'm probably going to try and hunt down coves or drop-offs or something, change it up.
So you would rather in the wintertime fish rock than is what you're telling me?
For the most part, the things I'm going to focus on in the winter is going to be rock or grass, depending on how far into the winter and if I can find good grass or not.
So finding grass would be, a little tougher during the winter because it die?
Because it dies off. And you can find grass, but if it's not a vibrant green grass, it's on its way to die off. And most of the time when you find that, you come back in 2 weeks and that grass will be dead. So it's recognizing when that grass is turning and when it's turned enough that the fish usually won't be there. Forward scan does help with that because you can see if the fish are related to the grass or near the grass.
Now they say that there's things with dying grass, right? Like does that do something with the water that fish don't like?
Yeah, so I mean, realistically, there is definitely patterns where it can be actually dying grass, like on its way out. But what I'm looking for in that is if the fish are related to it or not. Because you could find grass that you think is green, but if there's no fish there, it's probably turned enough that it's emitting, like, not necessarily chemicals, but like you kind of have that. I mean, it's like being with a nasty moldy bread in your cupboard, right? Like you're not going to eat that, right?
Yeah, that would make sense. Definitely makes sense. Now, does the grass keep them warmer? Is that why they go towards it, or do they use it like an ambush?
I think it's a little bit of both. Just because you got the bait fish that are coming over to eat the grass, you got an ambush point for them to be in, you got a backstop for them to push bait to. You got kind of a lot going on. The oxygen is going to be a little bit better there, but that's more of a summertime kind of thing. But I think a lot of it is like, if you're inside a tree section, right, and you're out there in a field and you're in a bunch of trees and the current or the wind is blowing by, which would be the current, that water that's inside there is going to be a lot more stale. So you can kind of keep that warmer water because that's not changing over water as much as if you're out in the current or out in the middle of a field section, basically. So when you're camping or something like that and you want to find a good campground, you want to be near a tree. You don't want to be out in the open.
That makes sense. Like, so for fishing around rocks, them sitting behind a rock with it on the shade side or where the water is blowing by and not wrapping around that rock, right? Like it's like an eddy or something like that, where you think about like the California Delta, right? Like you fish behind that chunk of tules, right, on the opposite side of the current.
Yeah, and photosynthesis itself with the green grass will produce a little bit of heat, and the same thing as the rock, you have the sun that beats down on the rock.
So it keeps it a little bit warmer. And would that translate to wood?
Yeah, wood
Also.
definitely can also do that. There's not as much wood in this lake, but there is some in certain areas if you know where you're looking. But that would be, again, the same kind of theory. Is it may not have the photosynthesis of the grass, but it can break the current just like the rock could, and it can also absorb that heat and later on emit that heat from that.
That would make a ton of sense and be why you would go to those areas to try to fish or catch fish, right? The benefit also is that they would have more of an ambush to those.
Yeah, they get a nice little place to tuck into, and it's a place where bait is going to go to because the algae is growing in that area, what have you.
It looks like Alicia and Braden are on the east side, and Alicia's throwing a A-rig.
Yeah, looks like they settled down in a spot. They're kind of out. They're off the bank. They're not as tight into the bank. They're out a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely out there. Looking like Braden's throwing something low and slow, it looks like.
Yeah, throwing drop shot. So they're definitely still milling around, still chugging along.
Definitely. You know, a lot of times these tin cans are that first step of getting out there, you know.
It's a great entrance boat, for sure.
Getting out there, getting going, and being able to be out fishing.
Yeah, and Alicia and Braden, they've been doing this not too long compared to the rest of the people. They're getting new. They're new to it, but they're definitely doing pretty good.
It is awesome to take kids fishing and get them out there, get them interested in an activity or sport like fishing.
Yep, get that younger generation going. Get them off of the computer and get them out in real life and milling around.
One benefit though with this younger generation is YouTube. They have the opportunity to learn so much more information so much faster than what we did when we were growing up. When we didn't have any of this, the only way you could get information is to talk to people, right? Like,
yeah, time on the water or just talking to somebody. And then, you know, the other way to get information now, you have YouTube, and then you can go out on the water with forward scan, and you combine those two things together. And when you can think back to what they said on YouTube, and a lot of people seem to put forward scan into why this younger generation is able to learn so fast. I personally think that it's YouTube is actually what is making it.
Yeah, because you got so many different YouTube channels that are actually telling some truth material.
Yeah, we try to say as much as we can on here to help as many people as we can. And, we're letting out things that people take, it took us weeks, months, years to figure it out, to finally connect the final dots of each other. And now we're just talking about it on YouTube as if it's normal, versus in the old school days, everyone had to go find this information themselves or hope that somebody was being truthful to them when you talk to them at club meetings or watching a seminar or whatever.
Yeah, and watching the seminars, talking to pros, listening to what they say. Nowadays, you could get a ton of information, a ton.
Yeah, you can get a ton of information. Even if they're pumping a product where they're specifically talking about a crankbait of whatever it is, you can apply that to other crankbaits. You can apply that to other styles of fishing. You can apply it to chatterbaits or whatever. Just because they're talking about a specific bait doesn't mean you can't apply it to totally different angles of bass fishing.
Absolutely. I do like trying to take little bits of information from everything, right? You get clues from this, from that, and then putting all those clues together for your own style of fishing. And then when it works, it's great because you have put things together. It's kind of like putting a puzzle together.
Oh, what's this? We got Braden. It's like Braden's helping his mom out on something, hung up on something, or, well, looks like they got it cleared. Oh, Braden's hooked up.
I got one.
Okay, I'm just making sure you're not lying.
I'm not lying when I got fish.
Bring it up here.
Hold on.
Come on, big boy. Come on, fishy. Come on, fishy. Oh, yes, please,
Pretty.
Brayden. Okay.
She's pretty.
Yep, she's very
Watch out,
pretty.
don't jab.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Good job, baby boy. Need help? I'll start this aerator thingy.
Nope, wait.
Okay. You gotta hurry up.
She won't die. Wait, let me okay, start the aerator.
Go ahead. I got that.
No, you don't.
Go ahead. Under your fish, please.
You do the village.
All right. Well, let's let these let Alicia and Brayden get this fish put away, and we'll come back to them later. But you know, that was something to see, though.
Yeah,
right?
that
Like,
was interesting.
Eric,
Eric's hung up.
Eric hung up there a little bit. It looks like.
Well, it looked like with Brayden put his rod between his legs
Yeah, to hold on to it while
to
he
help
was-
his mom, and then he picked up and boom, there's a fish.
So is that a clue?
That might
Would that
be
be
a
one of
clue.
those pieces of puzzle that you put together?
That might be a clue right there. I think a lot of people miss that clue though. They'll just be like, "Oh, it randomly happened," but I mean, to me, that's Brayden just stopped moving his rod, stopped shaking it, stopped doing everything that he was doing, dead sticked it.
So basically, that drop shot hit the bottom and is not moving. It is just sitting there.
Just laying on the bottom, not doing anything, and boom, catches a fish.
And then when he picks up, it looked like a pretty good fish to me for what they netted, right? Like,
Yeah.
it looked like a smallmouth, but
Yeah,
it
they were
looked like
definitely happy with it.
yeah, I would be happy with it too, right? Like right now, they're the second boat that has a fish in,
Yeah.
right? Like that's it out of 4. That's rough.
Yeah, they definitely they're definitely got something together. They finally turned those bites into an actual fish, even though they move spots. And now, actually, they're thinking about it. They've now been to 2 different spots, and they're getting bit in 2 different
Two
spots.
different spots, right?
So they're definitely on a pattern. They got something going.
They definitely have something figured out, and hopefully they are able to put that clue,
That little clue of laying it down.
slowing
And,
down and dead sticking it.
Yeah, that means they're in the right area. They just need to adapt a little bit more to what they got going on.
Definitely. And you know, it is clues that make you win or lose a tournament.
Yep, that's for sure. Oh, looks like they got it out of the
Don't let it.
net.
So we'll just hold it up like right here.
Put him sideways.
He is.
That definitely is a good fish. That looks 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds. It looks like a decent fish.
Yeah, no, that's a decent fish, especially, you know, everyone's out here grinding, so that's definitely something to bring back and be a contender with it.
Yeah, I would definitely be happy with a fish like that for 5 fish in this time frame right now with what's going on.
Yeah. And if you look, I mean, you can see Getz and Eric, they're deciding to pack up and leave. If you're looking at James and Jeff, they're not on that rock point anymore. They're actually down into the pocket. So these people have moved on from what they were doing. Even though they had confidence in that area, they're definitely shuffling.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, you never know. You know what I mean? Like, it's all faith. It's all what you know and putting those pieces together.
It's all about that confidence. So
Right. And obviously, Alicia and Brayden went to another confidence area and
yeah, now they're hooked up and
they produced.
and they got a fish in the boat. So I mean, it's probably going to work or could work for the rest of them if they decide to move or as they're changing the bank.
Yeah, because you never know in this. It takes one fish. That is all that they're looking for. One fish.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, you're with biggest fish. You only need one. You don't need 20. You don't need 10. You just need one of the right fish to come out on top.
Yes, definitely. But you got to get those bites. Right? And Alicia
Yep.
and Brayden are getting those bites.
Yep, they
Obviously.
by far have the most bites out of everyone
Yes.
right now. And it does look like Getz and Eric, they were in that Big Island area. So they're leaving that Big Island area, probably heading to his next little honey hole that he's got.
Yeah, they are definitely moving. Definitely moving. And still, Getz and Alicia definitely look like they're in the same area of the lake. James is
weather condition wise,
James is still in the really smooth, calm areas.
Yeah, even though he's still in that same area, and he looks like he's covering water now.
Changing
so
rods.
He's definitely got some gears turning.
Changing rods. What is he doing? What's James doing right now? I don't know
what he's doing right now, but he's talking with his hands, going out there, going crazy.
It'd be cool if he danced right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we want to. I don't know if we're all ready for the dancing skills. He does got some good dancing skills, as shown on previous videos.
Yes, definitely.
He's
that
almost got him going.
That was close.
Almost.
He's definitely something is going on in that section right there.
It looks like Jeff is packing up the net. I'm guessing they're about to move because they both put rods down. Yep, that's what's going on. So yeah, you got two different boats that, without even knowing it, they're both deciding to move, and that was right after you see Alicia and Braden also making their move.
Maybe they made the move at the right time.
Yeah, so that's just showing right there, like, they all are kind of right in that same ballpark of thinking, like, hey, we may be on fish, but it's time to keep moving.
Definitely. There's a time where you got to move. But, definitely James is moving. His trolling motor's up.
And Getz looks like he's
slowing down. He's
almost locked into where he wants to be.
Yeah,
he's
looks like he's looking at graphs, trying to figure it out. Alicia and Braden look like they're looking for a secret bait. Maybe they have a secret bait in the bottom.
Yeah, they got something going on since they caught that fish. It looks like that's what's going on. That was the plug. That was the plug to their
live well.
Their live well. They probably were just misplaced it. They've been shuffling around this whole time looking for the plug. So look,
at least they got it, and they got a fish. That's better than Getz and Coling as of now that we know about. Coling is still off camera. Don't know what's going on with that. They probably didn't even realize it's off camera.
Yeah, they're probably back to. They thought they had their camera going again. Hopefully they get that camera going. Let's listen in on James and hear his thoughts.
1 hour in, one fish in the box. They're not in a great mood. They're definitely swinging and missing, or not just deep following it. So we're gonna go drop shot some rock points.
That's definitely what we were thinking. They were fishing rock, trying to get that bite.
Yeah, but they definitely had a school. They got them following and stuff, and that's what they were changing baits for.
Yeah, looks like Brian, Getz, and Eric are. I don't know. Are they over by the ranch house area?
Not
the west side.
Well, they definitely went to that east side of the lake. They're kind of out off the bank too. They're either on a hump or something, but they're not tight to the bank like they were at the other place.
Fishing humps and drop-offs and stuff like that this time of year is key also, right? Because you got the bait that is grouping up as well as the other fish are grouping up. So if you get on a point or a hump or a drop-off where the fish could still ambush and get in there, that would be a good spot, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what you're looking for, right? Like you want that, you want their food and their comfort. So you're kind of looking at that water temperature level with the bait level, with the activity and a place for them to rest and a place for them to eat, all in the same area. And that kind of depends on the bait.
So in the wintertime, right? So this is late December, early January. How deep would you look at humps? Like what is a depth range that you would look for to try to catch fish?
Provided, now if there's like a hard thermocline, then I would stay above the thermocline. But I'm not afraid in the winter to go
the
down.
thermocline is what?
Thermocline is where that water temperature really changes. You could see it on your depth finder, on like your 2D especially. When you're driving out in the middle of the lake, like just pick the middle of the lake as your 200 foot of water or whatever it is your depth is, where you start seeing the debris or feedback kind of thing on the graph on your 2D is more than likely where your thermocline is. Now that thermocline can change. If you in a big enough lake like Berryessa, you can have a thermocline at 20 feet and another section with a thermocline at 60 feet. And then you can have another section if it got churned up enough between wind and stuff that there is no thermocline. You actually can't find it if you're in that 60 foot range. So it kind of depends on what you're doing. You got to watch your 2D and figure that out.
So saying that now, what depth would you be looking for?
I'm not afraid to go as deep as 70. I try not to go any farther than that. There are fish that can be out there, but it's really hard to get a fish to survive if you bring it up from that deep. The barotrauma just comes at it, basically.
So you're talking about their air sac, right?
Yep.
Coming up from that deep. Like they don't have time to what? Like
they don't have time to self-adjust that air sac when you bring them up, and their air sac will actually come out of their mouth. You see that a lot with people who crappie fish, bluegill fish, because
or like deep sea fishing,
the same kind of thing, right? You see a picture of a rock cod, and it's got this big thing sticking out of its mouth. That's its air sac that's expanded because it's not accommodating for the pressure change between how deep you caught it.
Now, can you fix that in a fish?
You can fix that. You can what they call fizzing, and you can needle it down, and you can take care of that issue. And in the winter, because fish are changing weather or changing due to the weather, different heights, you can catch a fish in 2 foot of water and it can have barotrauma because it just came from 40 foot, 60 foot, whatever. And that can happen winter, summer, doesn't matter.
So what you're saying is the fish could, if you look in your live well, how would you know if the fish has been deep or not?
If they're upside down, floating on the surface, basically, or if you pop that open and they're just laying on their side and they're stuck to the surface, they probably need to be bled. And like I said, it doesn't matter summer, winter, fall, spring. It can happen if they came from deep up shallow to eat and you picked them up right then. It can happen.
So you're saying bled is like you need to let some of the air out.
Yep, you need to neutralize the pressure in there. So all that needle does is it pierces that bladder so that it can make the pressure from inside the air bladder and outside atmosphere equal to each other.
So what you do is once you get that needle in there, you put it in the live well and let the air come out until it stops coming out.
Yep, you get that air out there so that it's neutral, and then go back and check on that fish after a minute or two and make sure that you got the right amount. You don't want them completely down to the bottom. You want them to be able to swim around upright is what the goal is.
That is good information.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially to take care of the species that we're targeting.
Yep, good fish care on that one. So, there's a hook set.
On the other side of my fucking boat. Come on, go on the other side.
He's freaking yo-yoing him around. He's smaller though.
Yeah, he's smaller. Smallmouth though.
Yep.
Drop shot. Sorry, Steve. On a rock point. Rock point. Let's say that. So wait. Okay, one does not bigger though.
Bye, buddy.
All right, well that's another fish for James and Jeff. They got look like a smallmouth on a Sorry Steve, which is a watermelon candy flick shake, right?
In the 4.8 size.
The 4.8, yeah, it definitely was a smaller looking bait. But he threw it back, so it definitely is not bigger than what his first fish was.
Yeah,
obviously.
And right after he just moved.
Yeah,
They just moved
just
to
moved,
that area.
hooked up, got a fish. So yes, they didn't upgrade, but they have caught a second fish.
Yep, and on a different tactic. So they're making the good decisions. They're going to what they could get bit from.
They're starting to grind.
Yeah,
That grind mentality, right? And you could tell on all three screens, it's starting to be lighter out. The sun's starting to come out. You got blue skies back there.
yeah. It's been over James and Jeff. It's been clouds the whole time, and now they're real light clouds, and you can actually see blue over it. So
in that, what do you think of the fish mindset? What are they doing?
they're probably laying down low. They probably had that morning feed that was going on, and now they're just laid down. And looks like Getz and Eric are moving again. So they must not have seen what they wanted to see in that area. They did graph it a little bit though.
Might not have liked it.
Yeah, not a good setup. So it looks like they're gonna move on to a new section too. So
How often do you move spots? Do you have multiple spots that you like? Like, how do you get these spots that you go to?
So a lot of it is just time on the water, so you can learn all these little areas. A lot of it is pretty predictable. I mean, the first spot that a lot of these people game to is kind of that rock point-ish kind of stuff. And then now they're jucking and jiving. Myself, I look for rock points, rock flats, humps, drop-offs. And when I say drop-offs, I mean it could be anywhere from a 2-foot drop-off to a 8-foot, 10-foot drop-off. Something that they can go from shallow water to deep water to either adjust with the bait, or just come up and sun themselves.
Try to get warm.
Try and get warm.
In those winter type months.
Yeah, what are you looking for when you're going to pick your areas and your spots? What are the keys that you're looking for?
Right now on Berryessa, I'd be looking for those rock points and wind blown. That is a thing. Which way is the wind blowing? Where it's blowing, right? Because that creates current.
Yep, that creates your current. That goes back to the whole grass and all that stuff, right? Like, and the rocks and which side of the rocks to stay on and all that stuff is, you got to create that current for them to want to condense and actually tuck into it.
Yeah, and might be in a feeding mode, right?
Yeah.
So when you're talking about deeper water, shallower water, close enough for those bigger fish to move up and move down, or the regular fish move up and move down, where would the fish be? Like, if you're pulling up to a hump, where would you want the fish to be on that hump if you're looking at it?
Ideally, if I roll in and I drop my trolling motor, I want to see him on top of that hump. And the reason why I want to see him on the top of that hump is because usually they're in feed mode in that area. So, like, for instance, there's a 10-foot drop. You have the drop coming on there. I want to see them in the top 2 foot of that drop. So like, let's say the drop starts off at 30 foot. I want to see them down to 32 foot. I don't want to see them all the way down at 40 foot of that 10-foot drop. Usually they're not in feed mode unless they're pinning bait to the bottom, if they're at the bottom of that.
So that would be a little different though, if it's a sharper bluff though. You think, like, do you think they would use that sharper bluff as that ambush point, or that like pinch point if there's bait coming?
Yeah, they can definitely be pinning to there. It kind of does depend on what the bait level is at, like where they're at in the water column is where they're going to use. But that also is the reason why they're on that drop off or not on that drop off.
And typically, what time of year would you be like thinking about those humps or drop offs? Is that a all year type thing, or is it more like a winter type?
It can definitely be in the winter. I've seen it all year round though, but when they're bait related, seems to be when they'll do that a little bit more on those drop offs. And then the humps, if they're sitting on the sides of them and just suck down to the bottom, that's not the ideal. Like, you want to actually see them kind of half suspended off the bottom, up on the top of that hump, especially if there's bait that's running in that level or maybe a little bit higher from them. I mean, that's ideal. I mean, you could tell just from the action that's been going on so far today, they're not in that top level, and they're not in that feed mode. What when they are in that negative mode, what kind of things are you looking for? How's your approach to it?
Well, when I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at the fish's attitude, right, with my electronics. If they're getting down, sucking to the bottom, right, in what it looks like today is what's going on, right? Because you've seen the anglers throwing A-rigs, you've seen them throwing like underspins, stuff like that, and they look like now everybody has been going slow and low. They're throwing.
Occasionally picking up something higher or faster, but for the most part, everybody's broken down slower.
Yeah, but that's what you want to do, right? You want to fish to the attitude of the fish, right? Like, so if they're sucked down to the bottom, I would think that, I'm going to try to throw an A-rig and get it down there. I don't care if it's 30 foot deep, 40 foot deep. I'm going to throw it out there and wait that time frame for it to fall that far, and see if I could even get them to raise on it. If they're not going to raise on it, then it tells me right away that I need to go back to a drop shot. I need to go to jigs. I need to go to like a Ned rig, something that slow, low, getting down there. Maybe like a dark sleeper, right? Like something that I could just creep along, creep it by the fish, and hopefully get it in front of their face where they want to hit it. And it looks like today that's kind of what's going on. You saw Alicia and Braden, both fish looks like they caught was on a drop shot.
Yeah, so far they've got the most bites out of everyone so far, and they've been throwing A-rig, but yeah, all their bites are coming from drop shot.
But throwing the A-rig or throwing an active bait every once in a while, like Getz right now is throwing an A-rig. He's throwing an A-rig. He's seeing that, or they're figuring out that the fish are in a negative mode and they're going down slow and low, but every once in a while he's picking up that A-rig, because sometimes those fish, their mood changes.
Yeah.
And they will go into that feed. So he's fishing what's going on, but then checking every once in a while.
Keep them honest.
Yeah, keeping them honest.
Try and keep them
right?
honest.
But yeah, I would 100% go low and slow. Drop shot's probably my first go-to, and then I will go to a Ned rig 100%. If they're
you can have those Ned rigs.
Yeah, well, I know you don't like them. But,
I'm good off those.
I'll throw a Ned rig, and I will throw the deal color. I will throw Gobi Bryant color. It is a bait related color, right?
Yeah.
And I'll throw it out there, and man, I've caught some good fish on a Ned rig.
When they're in that negative mood, they definitely will take that. And I think like the Ned rig is just like a little bit, it's subtle, but it's also a larger presentation than some of the other ones. It's enough that a fish will take a mood at it. And then I also kind of wonder if it's because it has draw power, or if it's big enough to actually move the fish. So for instance, if you're sitting on the couch and someone walks in and sits on the couch right next to you, it's going to get your attention, right?
No.
So you're just going to, but a drop shot, they may be able to ignore that a little bit more than what's going on.
What is James doing?
Looks like James
he's on a break, hiatus.
Looks like he's answering a phone call.
Well,
he's looking. We'll see what that phone call's for. He's he's probably just too busy doing something. Oh, Alicia was. Oh, she's just burning in. I thought she was setting the hook for a second.
Alicia and Braden's got the most bites. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Alicia and Braden have the most bites. I can't exactly tell where they're at. I know they're still on Main Lake. And then it looks like Getz and Eric are on Main Lake, possibly near the Narrows. Not sure there. They did just move here recently. And then James and Jeff, James is still on the phone, so
Yeah.
he must be working out something. But Jeff's up there. They're still on him. They caught fish right here in this area.
Yeah,
And they're still on that rock
they're
area.
the last ones that caught a fish, right?
Yep.
But yeah, we definitely. You could tell that these fish are definitely in more of a negative mood. Hopefully they fire up here soon.
Yeah, it'll be nice to.
Wow, James is on the phone picking up a rod, not holding the phone on the front of the boat.
Yeah.
Don't do that, right? This is that time when you're throwing that phone into in the water, right? Like,
in fairness, he picked up drop shot. It's not like he's chucking an A-rig. So, I mean, he's got a little bit less defensive on there. You can kind of keep it penned a little bit more. But, yeah, that is a good way to donate a phone to the water. And I'm pretty sure he's donated a couple of rods. Not for that reason, or a couple of rods, but donated a couple of phones. Not for that reason, but, I mean, are you really fishing if you haven't dropped a phone in the water at least once or twice?
Yeah, definitely. And Getz is
we should be playing some music right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Getz is getting down with it.
You know what's going on. What I'm seeing is if he's taking off his bibs, it's definitely getting warmer out. Which
yeah, he's got no jacket on. He's got no bibs on. Jeff also has no jacket on. It's warming up out there.
Yeah, that would definitely could change the mood of the fish.
Yep, that could be changing something and might get it going a little bit more. Looks like James is putting his rod down and Jeff is also putting his rod down, so they must be moving. So apparently that phone call just told him he needed to move or something.
Something's going on,
Yeah.
definitely. We're pulling the trolling motor and everything. But anyhow, like we were talking about the Ned rig, like when I go down, I have both sizes that I will throw. I'll throw the 4-inch and I will throw the 2-inch. If they'll eat the 4-inch, it's typically a better fish, even on that Ned rig. And like you were talking about the bigger profile,
That draw power.
And I think there's a little bit more action. There, I 100% know there's more action with the 4-inch, right? Because it is a little bit taller, especially when you use that Ned rig hook and weighted head. It gives that motion. But I drag it, right? I throw it out, and I'll drag it like 4 or 5 inches, and then leave it, and then drag it, and then leave it, and drag it.
Yeah, when they're not in that positive mood, you do have to break it down that slow.
Yeah.
So, but it looks like
James.
Oh, there's
another boat.
There's a boat in. It looks like. Oh, I bet you James is on his way. Yep, he is. He's on his way to go fix Brian's camera.
Yep.
Because Brian probably figured out that his camera wasn't working after he already figured out before that his camera wasn't working, and probably called James to try and figure out how to get it going.
Yeah, probably. Definitely. They're definitely going up to the other boat for sure.
Yeah, so hopefully we get Brian on board here soon, and we'll just watch the other 2 cameras in the meantime.
Yeah.
And see what comes on that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully James and Jeff start fishing, right? Because we don't really have any rules on this shootout.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot less rules on this shootout on this.
Right? You could realistically fish the same spot.
Yeah, you could. There's no rules against it. So,
again, still, it looks like wherever James and Coling and Mike are, it looks like there's no wind still. Yeah. The other 2 are in wind areas. There's no wind where they're at.
Yeah, they were not far away from each other. They were definitely didn't take long for him to run over to them. So when he was on the phone, he was definitely looking over at them so they could see each other. Yeah,
they're definitely close enough. But why would they be still fishing in areas like that where there's no wind, no nothing, right? Like, it's really crazy how Lake Berryessa. Oh, well, what was that with Alicia?
I think Alicia just popped something.
Hit the bottom or something,
Yeah.
popped up. But again, like, this lake is so diverse. You could fish multiple different things. and different conditions in the same day.
Yeah. And like you can see, like Alicia and Braden still have some wind there. And then Getz and Eric have wind. Alicia and Braden, they just turned a little bit more. You can see they are definitely on the east bank of Main Lake there.
Yeah, Alicia's throwing an A-rig still, right? Keeping them honest, like we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Keeping them honest.
They're on like a rock point kind of thing, like
yeah.
So they're fishing out deep. They're still fishing out deep.
Fishing out deep, throwing out deep, bringing it up, which is a great way like that. You know, you hear anybody talk about, you know, fishing like swim baits or stuff like that. You go into the shallower water and you throw out and bring that bait back uphill, right?
I think a lot of that has to do with it keeps good contact with the bottom. If you're out deep and you cast up shallow, you have to kind of slackline it in order to keep it down on the bottom.
Yeah.
But then if you go the other way, it has really good contact with that bottom and it can keep it going.
And you could reel a little bit faster, right? And keeps you more interested if you have.
Yep. Keeps the bait more active, you know, like if you're throwing a Huddleston or something like that, it gives a little bit of that tail and can keep it going.
Yeah, keep that tail up a little bit too. Like throwing a Defiant, throwing a Huddleston.
Yeah.
Same realm, right?
Although they both are slow moving baits, those little bit of tail movements are definitely, I think, what kind of sells the bait, that last little bit on there.
Well, James is back onto his boat now.
Well, he might be grabbing something out of the glove box.
Hopefully we could get that fourth camera going here pretty quick.
Definitely keeps us out. Looks like James is grabbing a power cord out of the glove box. That must be what's going on with.
So, do you
Collings.
Is there issues like? Does that happen with the cameras? Like, you get power cord issues?
Oh, it is. Keeping GoPros alive is always a problem every day. It is hard to keep them going. I don't know how much footage I have lost from either overheating, bad cables.
I've heard overheating is a huge thing, especially in the summertime.
Yep. And you definitely, there's tricks to it and things that you got to do. And you can actually look on YouTube itself and find a lot of those tricks. You know, keep the battery out, run an external battery pack, you know, all sorts of that kind of stuff. But
it looks like Braden's helping his Alicia out.
Hey, last time she helped him out, he caught a fish too.
This is true.
Except for this time, he's still bouncing that rod. This time, in between his legs.
Yeah, those little clues, right?
Yeah.
Jeff looks like he's digging in some baits.
Yeah, what little bit I did see, Brian was fishing off the front, so he's still fishing on that.
Yeah.
So hopefully that camera gets going soon. And Jeff is digging into there. Brian Getz and Eric are still kind of sitting in that area. They not, if you watch them, they're not really burning down bank. They're definitely going slow.
Yeah, they're slow and low, like they got some fish or they have a spot where they really like.
Yeah, they've kind
and
of
is like working that area slowly.
Yeah, and they haven't been burning down the bank even any of the day. They've just kind of been jockeying to different spots and then just kind of milking it out and seeing what they can scrap up. So, there's a screen change.
Oh,
we have a camera.
This is good. This is good information here, right?
Coling and Mike are back up and going. Hopefully they are up and going for the rest of the day.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll see how that goes, and maybe here soon we can get an update from them now that we have a camera again. But let's just let's see how graceful this jump is. Is there gonna be a graceful jump? Is he gonna fall in? What? Oh, it wasn't even that bad.
Yeah, he had that.
Part of me was hoping he was gonna fall in the water.
Well, that would make way better YouTube content,
much
right?
better YouTube. You know, out of all the years I've been doing this, or the couple years that I've been doing this, I haven't got anybody to fall in the water yet.
Close.
Been some stumbles.
Close. Might had a steering wheel issue.
Yeah, there's definitely the one time that he dang near touched his head to the water, but never actually fell into the water.
If you guys ever want to see that one, right? Like,
Yep.
go back. I think it was last year in March at Clear Lake.
Instagram. It's on the end of one of the videos for Clear Lake, and it's also posted on Instagram. He actually bent my steering wheel, and I bent it back.
Yeah.
So
he barely saved himself. Like,
if he didn't grab onto the seat, I think the steering wheel and the gear shifter were the only thing that stopped him from going in.
that would have been that. It's epic already. It would have been even more epic if he just cartwheeled in.
And that was a cold weekend too. It would have been game over, done fishing, but it would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
As it happened though.
Definitely. Well, Brian and Mike are up, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful view. Look at the sun coming through those clouds like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful out there. Reflection off the water.
You know, that's the interesting thing is like those are the best days, beautiful wise and comfortably wise, but those aren't always the best day for fishing.
Right. Especially it was raining prior to, and then now.
Yeah. And a lot of people, you know, they don't want to go out and fish in those bad conditions, but those are a lot of the times the best conditions for the fish, not necessarily the fishermen, but the fish. But one of the things that I always say is, who cares if it's raining? The fish are already wet.
True that.
So
looks like James and Jeff are moving out of the area. You can see him in Coling and Mike's video moving out, but they're definitely moving. So hopefully we get an update, because Coling and Mike's been off the camera for a minute.
Yeah, it definitely has been a minute. They've been probably missing for a little over an hour here. So it looks like he's looking at the camera like he's about to get an update.
Oh, he got his sunglasses out.
Oh, he's getting his sunglasses out. Good times right there.
And it looks like Eric's stripping off clothing too.
All right, well, let's get an update from Colin.
All right, now that we got a camera back running, we got one. Sorry, it was off camera. It was on a drop shot, morning dawn, robo worm, 4.5 inch. We had some camera issues. Had James come over and help us out, replace the cord. We're back on them again. A lot of bait. Fish are moving around the bait and through them and feeding, but they really don't care about our baits. It's been it's a tough go. Almost post-storm.
Well, that's good information. We just got some from Coling and Mike. They got a fish. It was on a morning dawn chartreuse tail, is what they said, right?
Drop shot.
Shotting.
This is sad that it wasn't on the camera, but hey, that's the GoPro life, you know.
GoPro life. But it's good news. That means at least 3 boats have caught fish now.
Yep, that's 3 boats with fish, and they're talking about they're seeing bait and fish blowing up with the bait. Even with them saying that they're seeing active fish blowing through bait, they're not getting bit. And the one thing that they are getting bit on is drop shot. And that's the curse of forward scan. You can see fish, but can't catch them. Let's listen in on Getz here.
Okay, you got pink.
I'm actually on green right now.
Oh, you're on green. Okay. So the only thing we haven't done yet, Carolina rig.
Yep.
Different color drop shots.
Yeah, I've used pink and green.
Okay.
So blue.
No blues. Not normally.
Margarita mutilator.
That's always a good one. I was thinking about maybe the west side too, you know.
That's very interesting stuff that they're talking about there. Talking about trying to figure out what's going on, right? And that's the great thing about this video right now is working through the progressions that they're going through, right? They talked about pinks. They talked about margarita mutilator. They talked about blues, different colors of bait and different style of fishing, right? They talked about one of the things that they have not done yet is throw a Carolina rig, right? which would be slow and low. That's old school stuff.
Yeah, and he's saying that drop shot, they've thrown different colors, but they haven't thrown some of those colors in the drop shot version. And like we just heard from Coling, pink, Morning Dawn is what they were getting bid on.
Right. And that will, you know, you have to go through this type of stuff when you're doing this type of fishing, right? When you're doing a tournament, or even if you're fun fishing, you have to work through those progressions, right? Figure out what those fish want, what mood they are in, so you could actually catch a fish. They even talked about going to the west side.
Yeah, moving areas. They've been here long enough that they're actually debating whether they need to move areas or not. And one of the interesting things is he's not talking about a flake, right? He just says pink, blue, green, you know, like he is specifically looking at the overall color of the bait. He doesn't care if necessarily it has this flake or that flake to it.
Right. And so a lot of times I like the different colors of flake in the bait when I'm fishing them, right? Like I really like reds in Clear Lake, Delta. I like that red color, even if it's like a watermelon red or watermelon candy or something like that, where you have that different flash when they're moving around down there in the water, right? When that sun hits them and reflects, you have that different view of it, right?
Yeah, and like I don't like one of the reasons why I throw a candy color is because it has a little bit of every color in it. I don't necessarily like. I will get into it, but for the most part, I'm not gonna take a Morning Dawn and think that I'm gonna all of a sudden load the boat if I switch to a Morning Dawn red flake. Like it may get you more bites, but I don't necessarily think it'll get you complete night and day difference.
Yeah, true that. And then, like we were talking about going through the progressions of all this, I'm finding nowadays that when we're going out here and fishing, that day one to day two is completely different. So you have to go through the whole thing over again. Each day. And
hour by hour it can change.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
You're just looking at, different levels and stuff like that. So it never hurts to change colors and to vary in the colors.
Right.
But we got a boat-to-boat conversation. Let's listen in.
They're here.
Yeah, I know. Already went and looked all through that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my hump.
Why?
Gives you something to fuck with? Since there's no wind.
Well, I got all of this still to fuck with. It's not like I wouldn't push that right up on you. We ain't got, there's no club rules on this.
Oh, so that means I can jump, if you're fighting a fish, I can jump into your boat and then cut your line off?
Yeah. It'd make for a good video.
Hey, then we could really call it a battle royale.
Yeah, you better get here quick though.
The big bass brawl.
Yeah, that's good sportsmanship right there. Them being able to talk to each other, and James showing the courtesy to Coling about the water that he was in, right? He just came over there and helped him with the camera and was still around. Coling doesn't care that he's there, but he's still like, hey, you know what? You could fish it, right? But that would make some good video. Them jumping boat to boat, trying to cut the line when you have a fish on.
Oh, imagine you cut that trolling motor up on high and rage over there and trying to run down their line or something like that.
You wouldn't be fishing finesse stuff in that kind of tournament, right? Where you might have to fight a fish for a while. You'd be trying to power them in.
Yes, but imagine, especially since the one that takes the longest is the big fish too.
Oh yeah.
So now you got a big fish on the line and a
big fish challenge,
and your buddy coming at you with some scissors or a knife or something like that. Yeah, that'd be scary
carnage. If they're coming at me with a knife. Scissors too, but a knife, man. That's rough.
Some carnage right there.
Yeah, that's rough. You better put some first aid kits in these boats. Oh, look at that! We got a fish on.
You did?
Come here, fishy.
Oh, that's an A-rig on the boat.
Come here, fishy. Ooh, come here, better.
Ooh, it's a good one, but not good enough. That's right, fishies. Ooh, she's a pretty. That's right, see. Listen.
Hurry up and get your fish, boy. I don't want to talk about it. Here, give me your pole. Give me your pole.
Fish.
Hurry up.
Gotta get out it. It's in its gills.
Again?
No, it's like.
Okay, grab it by the.
Oh, it's missing a teeth. It's missing teeth.
Okay, you gonna get the thing out? Pliers?
I think she swallowed it too.
No way.
Oh, it's like it's swallowing it.
Like literally right now? Please say you got it.
No.
Want me to help you?
I'm controlling myself.
I don't have your pole, so I'm gonna help you.
Come on.
Good job. Don't let it get back in its throat, please. You got it?
Oh.
Let it go. Let go. It's all tangled up in this.
Yeah, it's through its gills.
All right. Gotta cut it.
No, I don't want to cut it.
You got it? I don't want it to get hooked. There you go.
What in the world is... There we go.
Thank you.
I don't know. She's pretty heavy.
You could put them both in there and we can weigh them on land, I
No,
guess.
just move.
Just sideways, Vee.
Yeah, I got it.
Good job. Maybe I'm gonna use your pole now.
No, you're not.
I think it's lucky.
So you think it's lucky, or maybe is it because he yet again put his rod between his legs and got bit? I don't know if you caught that. Did you catch that?
I did see that. You noticed right before he set the hook, he put his water bottle down on the deck.
Yeah, whatever his
So that he
drink
didn't
was.
have the rod in his hand. So that rod, he was throwing it out there, dead sticking it. And as soon as he picked up the rod after he put his drink down, boom, fish on, right?
Yep, and that would also explain why that hook was so far back in its throat and they had to do a little bit of surgery on there.
Right. Which is, it's not hard and it's good for the fish to get that hook out of there, right? As long as you know what you're doing.
Yep. And he's definitely going to get practice if he's dead sticking it that long.
Correct. But that is a key factor right now. Like they have been getting the most bites out of everybody here, right? And they have two decent fish in the box.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, they're the first boat to, or I guess no, because James and Jeff have also had two fish now.
Correct, but one of them wasn't big enough.
Yeah, but now they both have two in the boat, but they definitely have more bites going on in that dead stick. And even though James has that A-rig picked back up and he's moved back to that other area that he was just at.
Keeping them honest, right?
He's keeping them honest, but...
What is Eric doing with all that fishing line?
Eric's got some train wreck going on down there.
Yeah, he looks like he's handling it really well.
Hopefully that was from his own and not brought up by somebody else who left it. But.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep these lakes pristine, right? Like keep this for the younger generations to keep going because this sport is just amazing.
Yeah, definitely got. I mean, you can just see right there, like Braden is a younger generation, right? Like he's not even 18 yet.
Right, and out here doing it with his mom.
Yep, and picking it up and carrying the boat a little bit.
Yeah, he's got two.
he's got 2 fish, and he's kind of poking her side a little bit on that. I don't know if you guys picked up on that.
Yeah, but you know, it is great to see the younger generation out there and learning and getting it. I just hope that those small things like putting that rod down both times when he caught that fish, he's going to pick up on that.
Yeah, and I think he does. I mean, that might be why he's putting it down. He might have already picked up on that, and that's why he's setting it down, and he knows that that's the grind that you need to do and how you can get bit on these negative days just like that. So, I mean, that's definitely a tactic I've used before.
Hit him.
Oh, I see a hook set.
That's a boy. Keep him down. A good one. Oh yeah, that's decent fish. Good. Smallie. Ooh.
Oh. He's hot.
There we go.
Fuck, I thought it was the bottom at first.
No.
Right in the roof, huh?
Right in the roof. Leave them up. Nice smallie. Good spot lock.
Again, you notice what was going on there? They were both standing in the front of the boat, basically dead sticking. They were not moving the rods. They were just standing there. And they caught a nice smallie, right? Or, yeah, it's a nice smallie. So now they got a spot and a smallie. They're on their way to the Grand Slam.
Yeah, they're on their way there. And they haven't moved any areas, so they're still in that bait area that they've been pushing.
Yeah, definitely.
Look, I see a hook set.
Little guy. Nice little. He's little. Little guy. He's just a little guy. Not even 13. No. 11 and a half, 12 maybe. Like my butt shot, boys.
Look at that. Getz and Eric are on the board. It may be a short, but at least they're turning those bites into a fish.
Yeah, you're knocking the skunk off the boat, right?
Yep.
Getting a fish on the boat brings up the spirits, gives you hope, gives you something to target at, right?
Yep.
Like go for.
And he was throwing a Carolina rig. So
Did you notice how long that his leader is on that Carolina rig?
Yep, nice long Carolina rig, working it nice and slow. If you've been watching, he's been just basically kind of chucking that out there and then just really slow dragging that Carolina rig.
Yeah, that is definitely a tactic.
Let's hear from Colin.
All right, so we've picked up 2 so far. Both decent fish, but we had to slow down. Went to drop shot. The watercolor is a little stained. It was blowing from the south all night. And we have definitely cloud cover. It rained all night last night, kind of post-storm front. I'm throwing a 4.5 inch Robo Worm Morning Dawn chartreuse tail, and Mike's throwing a 4 inch live shad Morning Dawn. And basically it's just getting heavy. Nothing different, just heavy out there. But there's still fish moving around bait. They're pushing them around all over the place out here. So we're just gonna try to get on them.
Yeah, I did notice that Mike made a comment saying that he thought he had the bottom. So that's definitely like more of a mush bite. They're not clobbering it for him.
Yeah, it is tough, and you have to put in some work when they are fishing like that, right? When the fish are biting so soft that you can't even feel them bite, where you just have to try to feel if it's, for instance, like grass, or like it feels like you're pulling up some grass, right? Like it's just mushy.
Yeah, and you know that's a lot of why you need like the rod sensitivity and be really familiar with your rod. But you know that again, they're in an area where they're seeing bait and it's getting pushed. Yet the bites that they're getting, it's almost like they're just cruising the ground and just scooping up what falls in front of their face, because maybe they're either fat or
Been eating all night, right?
Been eaten, they're full.
And that's what they've been talking about, is that they've been seeing fish pushing through bait and attacking that bait. So they could be getting full and slowing down and maybe getting lower to the bottom where, and if they do see something, they're like, oh, that's free food, right? Like,
yeah,
they're not having to spend very much energy to get it.
Yeah, opportunity more than them actually hunting it down.
Yeah.
Which I've definitely had times on the water where a mass amount of bait is actually a bad thing. Like, I actually want to see less of what's going on than just that amount of bait. I feel like if there is a plenty of bait, it's really hard to throw an imitation lure and compete with a real live ball of bait or a real live bait itself.
It's just so hard to leave them, though. When you see that many fish there, and you could tell how sometimes you could tell how big they are depending on your electronics, right? Like, it's hard to leave fish.
It is hard to leave fish, but seeing 100 fish that are the right size is nothing compared to biting fish that might be slightly smaller.
True that. Because, you know, if you're fishing a tournament, you definitely want those 5 fish, right? Like, you don't want to go in empty. But like this one, we're going for the biggest fish. But Coling and Mike doing all right. They have 2. Alicia and Braden have 2. James and Jeff caught 2. One was short, and Getz has got 1 in the boat.
And it looks like he just set the hook on something right there.
Set
so
the hook.
I mean, they're definitely
like it's turning on.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 fish catches within 10 minutes. So there's definitely something going on. Something's turned on. You know,
weather.
If you look, there's Eric's got his jacket off. He's just got his bibs on now. People are peeling layers. So you got time, weather, whatever's going on, but the fish are actually starting to get more active for some reason right now.
Yeah. James there is definitely not dead sticking, though. No, definitely not dead sticking. There is definitely a shake to that rod.
Oh, yeah. No, it's probably why they haven't been getting bit. When he did get bit, he was straight down underneath the boat. And now they're casting out. And, you know, James does have troubles holding that rod down. He definitely will shake it.
I've actually seen him before when he's having issues with that, and it is a slow bite, that I'll actually watch him lay his rod on the deck and just watch it and get it out of his hands just so he could dead stick it.
Yeah, he needs to take a lesson from Braden and put that rod in between there.
Look what Braden's doing, though. Maybe he did pick up on those clues, right? Like, he's sitting down and he set the rod down almost just dead sticking, dragging, and waiting, and it's definitely getting warm. James is peeling off his bibs out there now too.
Yeah, that weather's changing, and that's probably that might be what's triggering those fish to actually bite. So
yeah, definitely. Give them a little warmth, give them something to, you know, warm up and feel more active, right? Like, be able to go get them.
Gets that plus, I mean, there's a little bit more sunlight than there was before, right? That's where the warmth comes from. But that might be moving the bait around, that might be repositioning the bait, and that might be what's going on is those fish are down there more in the vacuum mode than they were before because they can see a little bit better. And they got a little bit better light penetration.
There's definitely those times of the year where that's how the fish bite. Like they want that bait just dead.
You know, and that's kind of the premise of this video, is to be able to show those changes, because everybody loves the great, you know, fish catch to fish catch to fish catch. But did you really see anybody adapt in any of those fish catches? No, you just saw the fish catches. So that's kind of where this video got spawned from. Oh, we got a hook set.
Yeah. That.
Oh, no, 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 no. That's what you don't do, boys.
You want this monitor off back here?
Yes.
Too much love.
Now you know why I'm setting the hook hard.
Yeah. Roger.
No, no, that was a good one. Carolina rig. That's 2.
Oh man, that's heartbreak on the Getz boat right there.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt.
You know, there hasn't been that many bites, but that is the second fish for them too. So everybody now, all 4 boats have caught or hooked up on at least 2 fish.
Yeah, and they've been getting, Getz has been getting bites on that Carolina rig also.
Yeah. Oh, James is stripping off some more. It's definitely heating up out there, right? Like
yeah, just really heating up. He's got the struggles going on.
Is he wearing 2 sweaters?
He is wearing 2 sweatshirts. Got to keep it warm.
It definitely
Actually, it looks like it's warm enough that he's getting the full dad bod going out there.
No doubt.
And taking both sweatshirts off. So yeah, I mean the fishing is changing and the weather is definitely warming up.
Yeah, that is definitely a heartbreak though. To hook a fish, to be bringing it in, and it just let go at the boat. But I do got to say, Eric was right on it with the net. He was right there, and you can't ask for something better as a partner.
Yeah.
When you're fishing, right? And the way we fish typically on like our club tournaments, if one person's catching fish, I don't care who's catching fish. My partner can catch every fish. I'll be the best net guy there is.
Yep, and it's team in our club tournament. It's team tournament, and it's best 5 of the team. Doesn't matter who catches them. It's team, and that definitely helps out a lot.
Yeah, because you work together, right? You figure things out together. You'll share baits. You'll do all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, just like how we've listened in to Get's conversation. You know, they've been working through colors and working through ideas, and I don't know if it's just the fish turned on or if they made the right change, but that teamwork is definitely getting them
right
to get their
and
baits.
It's fun doing it, right? Like putting together the puzzle, right? Like figuring that out. They're getting the right color, getting the bites now. So
yeah, and I mean, you can learn a lot of stuff, right? Like you fish with somebody new, and you can approach something one way, and the other person approaches it a different way. And with that team atmosphere, you're just throwing ideas in the pot and seeing what sticks.
Right, and sometimes that stick is so sticky that's a winning tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, it's. Sometimes it's the off-the-wall ideas that you come up with, and sometimes it's, you know, something that was just obvious, but all of a sudden someone thinks of it, and you think, oh, well, why didn't I go back?
Yeah.
And it looks like Getz is taking a sweatshirt off too, so it is definitely warming up out there at the same time as those fish are warming up.
That's 100% correct. You notice Alicia and Braden right now are conversating. Braden's sitting on the bottom of the boat, and he's putting the rod down. Maybe he caught on to something. And Alicia has now put down that A-rig and is going to the drop shot.
Yep. She gave it an honest try, and now she's back to the drop shot. But if you also notice, Alicia and Braden are the only one with wind right now.
Yeah.
And Getz has been getting bit on that Carolina rig, working it super, super slow, and there's no wind there.
Yeah.
There was wind there earlier.
Yeah, definitely was wind there where there wasn't wind anywhere else where Coling or James were. There was no wind.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell, exactly how deep they are fishing, but whether that wind matters or not, I don't know. But it definitely
It does break up things though. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you would think that when it slicked off, it wouldn't enable their bite. So it might be a warmth thing, or it might not be a warmth thing. I don't know.
I don't know. Getz and Eric don't have a fish in the boat though yet, correct?
No, they have one short that they've had.
They have a short, but they don't have anything in the box currently.
No, they don't. But speaking of teamwork, let's listen in on Alicia and Braden.
How long did you leave it down there before you got your bite?
About 10 seconds.
No.
Yep.
It caught it on the fall down?
Yep.
Where are you at?
Straight ahead.
Man, I'm proud of that kid. Proud of that kid.
Why is this?
Well, the clues that he's putting together, right? He's noticed now both of his fish have come from dead sticking it. Maybe he's lost track of time, right? Because when you're really out, honestly, when you're out there, you really don't know how long when you do a cast to when you catch a fish. It's really going on, right?
Yeah, but what he did notice is that he did not work it from the cast.
Correct.
So he made the cast, and then it got bit when he reeled down to it.
Correct. So it was dead stick. Maybe they saw it on the fall. It hit the bottom. They moved over to it, picked it up, and then there he had a fish. But those small clues he was picking up on, and he got it.
And he definitely did pick up on that. And that is why he's probably sitting down there and making casts and just kind of dead sticking it. Is he kind of picked up what is going on, just like we were thinking.
And that's good teamwork, right? That's what you want to do when you're out there fishing tournament, fishing together, getting that teamwork like we were talking about, and figuring it out.
Yeah, because everybody has way more fun when you're catching and a lot less fun when you're not catching.
This is true. But it is, it's challenging, right? Like, that's why they call it fishing and not catching.
Yep. The old cliche.
And now Eric's taking his bibs off, so it's definitely getting warmer out there.
Yeah, I think we're, besides a couple of them, for the most part, they've definitely, I think everybody's feeling that temperature change.
Yeah, I'm thinking that shorts.
And Eric's wearing shorts. He is very confident that it's going to be warm out. I don't know with how everybody's been bundled up.
Did you just see what I saw?
He definitely has some shorts.
Maybe I missed something, but I just saw a technique I've never seen before.
And what is this?
It looked like a lasso.
Like what's going on with Braden right there?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just saw that.
Hey, you know what? It's possible that you have to get that little bit of speed to cast that little bit farther.
Yeah. Though, there is a pro. What's his name? Frog fisherman.
Are you thinking of Bobby Barrick?
Yeah. You've seen his videos. If you want to learn frog fishing, he's the guy, right? Like he was a Delta stick, but he does like kind of a hook, almost kind of like that cast. I do kind of see the similarities. You know what I'm talking about? But usually when he's doing it, he's shooting under trees or shrubbery or something like that, or skipping the frog.
It's entirely possible that we're just seeing the next new wave of technique of casting, and I'm good with it. It also is probably really fun to do.
Yeah.
On those slow days, doing something fun is always a good idea.
We got a hook set. Oh.
They're smoking this little fucking thing. Good.
Cabrón.
2-inch bullet weight? Or
2 inch, huh? She's about 2 inches. Dang. I'm using an 1.5 ounce punch weight.
Yeah.
Well, that was very interesting to hear. Did you catch on that?
The 2 inches or the 1.5 ounces?
Well, maybe both of them, right?
Yeah, they were both a little interesting there.
Yeah, but if he's throwing a Carolina rig and he's throwing an 1.5 ounce
Punch weight.
punch weight on that, what do you think that's doing for the fish, right? Like,
I think it's doing two things. The first thing is with that tungsten, he's got to be able to feel if he's in rock, where he's at, rock, mud, stick. You'd be able to tell any of that stuff. And then the second thing is, I doubt he's fishing that deep, but it's more of being able to disturb that bottom.
kind of like what a crawdad would do, right? Like if it's crawdads moving along on the bottom, it'd be kicking up the mud and stuff like that.
Yep, and then you got your bait behind it that's going in there. So they come over there for the curiosity of what's disturbing, and then they see your bait fluttering around out there.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I think that would definitely work. And then on top of that, the ground connection that you'd have with an 1.5 ounce would be great.
Oh, gets just turned back, and he
Oh
just
my-
swung.
Dude, what is up with these? I'm gonna quit.
Nah.
Gonna give up.
Nah.
I'm gonna sell my boat.
I got a 1/2 ounce, Brian.
I'm gonna go back to hooking.
I got a 1 ounce.
No, dude, don't ever bring those on my boat. What the
Alright.
hell's the matter with you?
Sounds like this might be Getz's retirement trip from the way he's talking.
Selling boats and stuff like that, man.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating. He is generating a lot of bites right now, but he's not getting them to hook up.
Do you think maybe what we were just talking about that 1.5 ounce weight that we talked earlier too, how far the leader was? Do you think that disturbance and stuff that they might be hitting that weight?
They're either hitting the weight or there's a couple different options, right? He could be hitting the weight, could be smaller fish just hitting like the tentacles of whatever bait he's throwing or the tip of whatever he's throwing. He definitely is generating bites, so he's on the right track, but it's hard to say what's down there. Even with forward scan, you still can't tell where that bite's coming from.
That's true. What kind of rod would you throw, Carolina rig, with an 1.5 ounce?
I don't know. It's got to be something that's still sensitive yet rigid enough. That's an 1.5 ounce is a lot. I've Carolina rigged, but usually it's like 1/2 ounce or lighter.
Yeah, 3/8.
And definitely with lead, because dragging around tungsten I'm not that rich.
No, that does put a hurting on your bank account.
Yeah, you're one stuck away from losing $12.
Yeah, but he is getting the bites out of all four of the boats right now. Currently, he's getting those bites, and that matters.
Yeah, and he did get one to hook up, but right now he is the most amount of bites out of all of them. So he's definitely on something, and he's on a good path with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Eric's trying to figure out how to replicate whatever Getz is doing, right?
Yeah,
at this
yeah, because he
moment.
was asking like, "Oh, I have this," So it sounds like that they're getting enough bites that they're both switching over to Carolina rig.
I wonder if he said 2 inches. If he's throwing, what do you think he's throwing? Do you think he's throwing like a brush hog or something like that? That's about 2 inches.
I'm not exactly sure what 2 inches that he was referring to, but I'm gonna guess he stumbled and he was meaning he was talking about his.
Well, you can
his
see it
punch
right
weight.
there. It's hanging.
Yeah, it's big enough in that punch weight that you can see it hanging even when it's on small screen. So it might be a little bit bigger than 2 inches.
Yeah, makes sense. But you notice even Coling and Mike, what they're doing, Mike was just basically holding his rod still. Everybody looks like it's a grind right now.
Yeah.
Getz is the only one getting bites.
It's a grind. He is dragging it really, really slow. Like if you watch the amount of time between pulls and how little he's moving it, I mean, realistically, a lot of these bites are coming in the same kind of fashion. Like they're all that kind of almost dead stick or at dead stick.
Yeah, absolutely. The fish are just not participating the way that you'd want them to participate in a big fish tournament, like what we're doing right now.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's interesting, right? You have 4 different boats with 4 different styles of how everyone's fishing and how they prefer to fish, whether it's power fishing or any of that stuff. And
Finesse.
everybody's kind of locking into that same kind of bite, minus, I think the only active bite that's been non-drop shot was James on an A-rig in the morning.
First thing in the morning, yeah.
First thing in the morning, and then everything else after that has been, and everyone was throwing A-rig at that time.
Yeah,
and
still, off and on all day. They've been picking up the A-rig and trying to keep them honest, like we talked about earlier. But and another thing that's interesting to me on this whole thing is if you look, Getz in the background has very little cloud cover. He's out in the sun, no wind. Why would he be getting bites? Everybody else is in more cloud cover. They're in a different area of the lake for sure.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to sunlight penetration, right? Because I mean they're peeling off clothes. James and Jeff, you know, James is down to without any bibs or anything on, and I think Coling is down to just without the bibs on. Braden and Alicia, they're still have their gear on. I don't know if maybe they just don't have the underlaying or something like that, but maybe it's a little bit colder where they're at.
True.
So it's you know, you got a big lake with the different, and I almost forgot. Just thank you for reminding me, Eric. Eric's wearing shorts, and he's confident enough that he could wear shorts in that area. It's possible that.
How did you catch that?
the beacon white legs did kind of give it away, but you know that sunlight penetration, that might be what's going on, and that's why they're getting bit.
Possibly, right? Like the being able to see that bait a little clearer down there.
Yeah, or maybe the color that they have is tending better to that sunlight.
How many acres is Clear Lake or Berryessa? How many acres? Do you think?
A lot of acres. It's
like 65,000 or something.
Yeah,
like that?
It's definitely in the double-digit thousands in that area. So it's a very vast and a lot, and all 4 of these people are on Main Lake. They're not even down into the Narrows,
which is a whole nother section of the lake.
Which is a whole nother section that fishes completely different too. So
very interesting. It's definitely a good lake to fish. I'm thinking, right? Like the way that it sets up, and you have all the different options, right?
Yeah, you get the options. I mean, you have largemouth that you can focus on. You have smallmouth that you can focus on, and you have spots you can focus on. And so far, we've seen spot. I think we've seen all of them between all the screens.
Yeah, for all the anglers, and all the anglers have been catching fish. Is just not a wide open bite.
Yeah, and there's definitely areas that, you know, as we talked about earlier, there's largemouth that'll be in an area versus smallmouth that'll be in an area. So it definitely is something that you think about when you're deciding where you want to focus on, especially in that negative kind of day.
You know, going back to Getz and throwing that Carolina rig, would you throw like I'm a braid guy, so I'll throw braid and then a leader. For that Carolina rig, would you prefer to throw a monofilament leader on that to where it floats a little bit, or would you want that fluorocarbon leader?
Yeah, like that. There's different. It kind of depends on your day. From the theories that I haven't really Carolina rigged that hard in probably 10 years, but I have picked it up a couple times and I do get bit on it. And I'm not exactly sure why I don't keep throwing it. It's a really good bait. But most of the time I don't want a fluorocarbon leader because that just lays straight on the bottom and the hook never comes off of it, or it never comes off the bottom. I usually throw like a fluorocarbon coated mono or just mono. The only thing about the Carolina rig is that it is a distance between the weight and the hook, and they can have it for a while before you swing.
True. So you'd be more likely to have to, try to get the hook out, them swallowing the bait.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
There's definitely some people that prefer not to throw it, and they'll actually do that for Cincos also. They prefer not to throw it because it's such a almost slack line technique that gut hooks a lot of fish. And if you're in tournaments and those gut hooks fight against you, or the dead fish go against you, you definitely don't want to have dead fish that you're stuck with.
Well, none of us want dead fish, right?
No.
Like that's why we do catch and release, so we can cherish this fisheries all throughout everywhere, right? And have these for future generations.
Yeah, keep that population going.
I do notice that Eric's still down trying to dig around, trying to find the copy he gets, and try to figure that out so he can help his partner out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's been down there a while. I would, if it was me, hopefully he's got like a drop shot or something casting out, and then he could probably catch a fish like Braden is.
Yeah, dragging
just
it.
with that amount of downtime. That is definitely, you do see a lot of people changing. Like they're definitely processing through.
Cycling through some stuff, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess with the questions that Eric was asking, with the weights and stuff like that, he may not be as experienced hooking up a Carolina rig.
What especially with an ounce and a half.
This may be a learning experience for him.
Well, that's good though, and that's good to fish with other people, right?
Yeah, that's the reason why you fish with other people, right? Like
to learn something different, to get another technique, to put something else in your toolbox.
Yeah, put that little bit more, toolbox in there, and then just you got the best way to learn is hands-on, and you definitely get a lot of hands-on learning. Especially
if you fish with other people and not just locked down to one person.
Yeah, and that definitely helps a lot. In fact, one of the things, let's listen in on Coling to learn a little bit more.
One of the pros was talking. They said that a lot of people ask, when should I move from a spot? Like when I get there, how long should I fish before I should move, right? Mm-hmm. And he said the best way to explain it is that, when you have to take a dump, mm-hmm. When it's time to get up off the couch and go to take a dump. Yeah. Right? Like I can't tell you that you have to go take a dump. Mm-hmm. Right? So you could be the only one to say, hey, you know what? It's time to take a dump. It's time to take a dump. So that's why I ask you, do you feel like you should take a dump?
I mean, there's a lot of fish here.
There are a lot of fish here. They're not fighting.
Now that definitely is a very interesting way to go at it. And I believe the pro that was saying that was none other than Brian Latimer B-Lat.
Yeah, definitely. It does make a lot of sense though, right? Like somebody can't just tell you, hey, we have to leave here, right? You should fish for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. If you don't catch a fish, you should move, right? Like,
yeah, and it's definitely a feeling thing because every spot, every day is different. Like, if I say, okay, if we don't catch a fish in 10 minutes, then we need to move. Well, in a day like today, you'd always be moving and you'd never be fishing because the bites are so few and far between. So you have to be able to feel that. And it's kind of like you're sitting on the couch and it's whether you know if you need to get up or not.
Right. And you notice that Mike was saying at the end of that, that, hey, there are a lot of fish here. But so it is, very challenging to make that decision. But overall, it's basically your decision, right? Like,
Yeah.
when do you have enough, right?
Yeah, when have you had enough? And that's, like I said multiple times before, that's the curse of forward scan, is you get to see how many fish are there, and it's how much time do you put into those fish before you give up on them and move on to another school or potential another school, or even the ones and twos that are out there that you target instead of the school that's not firing.
Yeah, where you can see them. But on top of that, though, you don't leave fish to find fish.
That's the battle, right? That's back to the
Right
curse
to it,
of
right?
Right? Is you don't leave fish to find fish, but at the same time, is active fish are better than non-active fish,
or ones that are mud butting, right? Like stuck to the bottom.
Yeah, which in all reality, in the way this day is setting out, that is kind of what you need to do. And James was hung up for a second there. Almost thought it was a hook set, but no, it's hung up. But that is kind of the grind of the day. In this day, is you do need to grind it out. It's just find a school,
right? And really, it's some of that is when you are fishing and you're doing this, or for like this is a 4-hour tournament. If you do a lot of running around on the lake, and the lake is, like we said, very large, you could run for a half hour, depending on your boat, right? From one side to the other.
Yeah, you can. And speaking of when to move and all that, it looks like James and Jeff just pulled up the trolling motor.
Oh,
so it looks like they're about to move from their spot.
They're about to do it, right?
And that's where they caught their fish earlier. So they're about to move on to greener pastures, hopefully. And Getz is on the phone. Hopefully he doesn't drop his phone in the water.
Yeah.
So far we have one that hasn't dropped in the water. And it looks like Getz gets away with it too. So that's 2 times now that they haven't gone swimming.
Both of them are brave. Both of them are brave. My phone stays in the glove box and it doesn't come out.
Well, I will say that James usually has his phone on silent, and he only had it on ring just to make sure there wasn't an issue. And it turns out,
well, we hope so, right?
There was an issue, and good thing he had his ring on there, because now we have the fourth camera back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So with saying that, to break back to the lake and breaking it down, the different areas that you could fish, you don't have to run a half hour to all these spots. You can, but you could. There's multiple ramps at the lake.
Yeah, and if you get familiar enough with the lake, you kind of have your milk run. So if you, and it looks like, oh no, I thought Alicia and Braden were getting ready to pull up. Their trolling motor's still in. But if you have that milk run, you can be familiar enough. So if there's an area where fish are, but they're not active, you can run to another area where it's likely that there's fish, and you can just kind of bounce between schools of fish to see when you can get them to fire.
Yeah. What's crazy is we had like 3 fish within 10 minutes earlier, and then it just got slow again for us.
Yeah.
Even Getz had bite after bite after bite and misses, and then it went slow.
Yeah, and he all within 20 minutes from the fish catches to Getz's bites, and now it's been another 20 minutes on top of that, 10-20 minutes, and nobody's swinging.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting how there's a pocket across. I mean, they're spread out on this lake, and there's pockets of when the bites are happening.
Yeah, definitely. But like I was talking about, you could go to the far north end and launch if you'd like to. You could launch in the Narrows. You could launch on the west side.
And that's like this lake being large, the one thing that nobody's trying right now is the Narrows.
Right.
There's definitely times that I've been on this lake where the main lake is just turned off.
Right.
And if you change to a completely different area of the lake, you can start to get bit.
Yeah.
And it does, yeah. Alicia and Braden are on the move. So that's...
And Coling and Mike, they look like maybe they need to get off the couch.
This is the second time now that nobody can really see each other. Nobody knows where each other are. Well, I guess Coling and James were fairly close to each other, but to decide to move all within the same amount of time,
Yeah.
it's like everyone's getting that feeling that they sitting on the couch and it's time to go.
Right, absolutely. And they're all three moving. It looks like James is settling down into a spot. But yeah, they're definitely moving.
Yeah, and Coling's not moving very far. Actually, that's kind of where we saw him earlier when he gave the update in between when the camera wasn't working. He's kind of back in that area. So he's probably just bouncing schools to see if he can get him to fire or not.
Yeah, maybe that it's warmed up now and maybe they'll actually do something.
Yep.
Possibly that's what he's going after.
Changing the feed, you know, just wondering when the windows are because of those fish are there. And I mean, we could kind of see that window just came through with the feeding in there.
Yeah. You know, what do you believe? Do you believe in firing up a motor and running around the area with, what's that do for the fish? What do you think?
You know, I do have some instances where, you know, you roll up onto a spot and you catch a fish within the first couple minutes of being there. And then you don't catch any fish at all, but you know the fish are there. And then you move to another spot and then again, you're catching fish. And then you move back to the other things and you catch fish, but it's all within the first 5 minutes of being there. And is it because the fish don't know you're there or you just happen to find the most active one in the area? I'm not sure. What are your opinion on that one?
I don't know. I think they do get boat shy, like when you're there. And you know, forward scan, you do figure out that you get hitchhikers.
Yeah, that is the one thing that was one of the first things that I noticed with forward scan is that it does not matter where you are. If you shut down your boat in the middle of, let's say, Berryessa, New Melones, Don Pedro, any of those lakes, you shut down there and within a minute, you can shine your forward scan underneath your boat and there's a fish underneath your boat just hanging out with you or checking you out or whatever.
Yeah, like just trying to grab that shade, but they're there.
And it is interesting. You could be over 300 foot of water out in the middle of a lake and a fish comes up to you.
Yeah.
And I've got one of them to go before, and it was like a 10-inch spotted bass in the middle of Don Pedro, out in the middle with no other fish around.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's not a thing. I don't know. But it does make sense, right? There's been times where even at Berryessa, I've jumped point to point. And every time I go to a point, I catch a fish, but then I don't catch anything. And I move to the next point, boom, catch a fish, like almost right away, and then nothing.
Yeah, and I've definitely patterned that before where I just keep moving on it. And that was my pattern, was just bounce point to point to point and run them down.
Yeah, sometimes that's what those keys that you need to put.
There's a hook set.
Damn it. They're just not committing to it. Could be a little bastard too. Okay, there comes one of our crew members. Is that the mother and son? They probably got a fucking stack.
Man, Get's got another bite. He's definitely generating the bites, just can't get them to commit. And sounds like Alicia and Braden aren't far from him.
Yeah, they're talking about they just saw him running by.
And he did say they probably have them stacked, and well, they are beating them right now. They
definitely have two in the boat.
Don't underestimate the power of an aluminum boat.
The tin can, bro. I used to have a tin can, and that thing was lucky. Like, I don't know why. Maybe it was like electricity volts, or you know what I mean. Like, the way the boat was, it's just lucky. Tin cans could be just that.
I think a lot of the when you're running a tin can is that it's when you can't run those distances, you make them all count. Like you make every move count. You have to be more calculated. It's kind of the same theory as kayak fishing. Like I don't think I could survive in a kayak tournament.
Yeah.
You'd have to be able to cover water, my style of fishing.
Basically, what you're saying is you're eliminating all the options, right? So if you had fishing like a kayak or something like that, you have to make that decision, and that's your decision that you're making for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you're picking an area of a lake to fish. You're not picking a spot on the lake to fish.
Yeah,
in a kayak.
And then that's it. You have no other options. But with that being said, you'll adapt and adjust to that type of fishing and be able to produce fish, right?
Yeah, I think I could do it. It would be a learning curve for sure. I mean, you definitely, there is a lot of skill for kayak fishing.
Well, it's kind of like also like if you're a backseater, right? Because if you're a backseater compared to the driver of the boat to the backseater, they could suggest stuff, but you're fishing whatever the front seater is doing, right? So you have to adjust to catch those fish.
Yeah, I mean that is like there is definitely a difference between a successful backseater and a not as successful backseater, because you definitely get people that'll be on the back of the boat that will have 4 rods laying on the deck or ready to go, so that when they come to that situation that front seater missed, they're able to pick up that bait, fire it in there, work it for a couple of minutes, and then set that rod down, pick up the next bait. And it's realistically, the person on the back, I feel like, is working harder than the person on the front.
Sometimes though, because realistically, the one on the front's moving the boat, trying to figure out the depth of the water, running the trolling motor, as well as fishing all at the same time. So in some cases, yes, 100%. The backseater's got to watch what the front seater's doing and see those missed opportunities that the front guy missed.
Yeah.
Right? And then with that, if you're able to adapt and overcome as that backseater, you could punch and go and get into those spots as long as you're paying attention.
Yes, and that's the thing, is that, like you're saying, that the front guy has so much going on that you can definitely skip over some things that back person can take advantage of.
Absolutely. And you could win tournaments doing that.
Oh, for sure.
The back seat could be the guy, right? Like there's been talk of, fishing the Delta and the boater having the boat so close that you can't really do anything. You can't throw in front of the boat. You can't throw side of the boat. So what do? You drag something out the back.
Yep, long drag it or whatever.
And that's
you adapt to it.
Right.
But that's kind of that how somebody knows when they're in the back seat and they know whether it's time to upgrade to run your own boat is when they do those adaptations, and you can actually get to the point where you're not even seeing the electronics on the front. You can actually feel that you can fish better or potentially fish better or fish different than the person in the front of the boat.
Right. And calling the shots and being able to pick those fish out.
Yeah.
Looks like Braden and Alicia finally settled down into a spot.
Yep. And they're at the mouth of the Narrows. So they're the first ones that actually have gone into the Narrows some.
Yeah. And they are picking the shade side.
They are picking the shade side.
Maybe because it's getting warmer.
I do know that's a decent area that they're in. There's a lot of fish that can lock in there.
You could definitely tell after them running, the water color difference between the 4 boats. There's 2 boats in the same area, right? Because you could see that slight stain to the water. And then the other 2 boats, Alicia and Braden and Getz and Eric, that water looks crystal clear.
Crystal clear, and now no one's in the wind. Everyone has slicked off.
Yeah, it is flat, calm. it's interesting, right? Like the difference, what's going on between the 4 boats.
Yeah, even though it looks like James and Jeff are doing something. We might have to check in with them a minute to find out what they're doing.
What are they doing? They look like they're both looking at one rod.
Yeah, there's only one rod hanging out, and they both are doing something. But looks like Alicia and Braden are throwing drop shot, and
that's what they've been getting bid on.
Yeah, I can't blame them. They moved over to a new area, and it looks like there's a lot of wood around there, and
yeah, and chunk rock. It looks a little chunky out there.
Man, James and Jeff are still messing around.
What are they doing?
I think we really actually let's see what is going on.
It's gonna be great footage.
Jeff brought his fly rod today. Here, let me see that thing.
That is definitely going to make for some good footage. These 2 guys are just messing around, trying to fly fish with a bait caster.
It looks like Jeff's spinning rod acted up, and there's some line tangling that's going on. And
it looked like Jeff had it around his feet, around his legs.
There definitely was some.
Oh no! Now he's stuck.
There's definitely some wheels falling off the bus on that boat. That's for sure.
It looks like Coling and Bouse are getting ready to move. Also, they're putting stuff down, putting the trolling motor up.
Yeah, they went back to that school, and obviously that school wasn't firing, and they weren't feeling it, and they're moving on.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Jeff got his bait back though, possibly.
Oh, you know it's good when he decides to rack up the rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that they didn't get that out.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. You know, sometimes you get so frustrated with something like that you have to just.
Yeah, there's only so much time you can spend on it when you're, especially, you only got 4 hours on the water, so.
The worst part of that, though, is when you get home and you got to try to remember which rods you had the problem with.
No, the worst part, even worse than that, is you get home, you forget about it, you get back on the water, and you go to cast it, and it goes 20 feet, hits the end of your knot that had been tied, and stops and smacks the water, and you go, oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
Oh.
And now you have to make the decision. I'm at the beginning of my day. Do I sit here and cut this out? Or do I just put it back in the rack, grab a different rod, and just choose not to throw drop shot that day for the rest of the day?
It's true. That's definitely true. And then, though, there's some rods that I use for certain things. I can't just pick up another rod and throw whatever I'm using that's working. You know what I mean? So what do? Do you put in that time?
If it's a tournament and I can't get around that rod and I really want to throw it, then yeah, I'm going to put in the time. If it's fun fishing, I will just not throw that rod for the rest of the day, because usually the person that I'm fishing with has that version of it, that drop shot, that crankbait, that whatever it is. And if they start laying into them, then maybe I will take the time. What about you? Do you take the time?
Well, I will tell you that I have put many rods down in the well that I'd have to take time to do, and then I'm that person that forgets about it after you get home. You know, a long day of fishing, you get home, and you're like, I just want to relax, especially in the wintertime, right? You're trying to.
Well, I've definitely done that. I had one spinning reel that throughout the day it would consistently twist my line because there was something wrong with it. And all I would do is just take the worm off my drop shot, cast it out, and then let it unspin itself during those casts. And then I would think like, okay, when I get home, I'm going to take a look at it. I probably fished for 6 to 9 months with that before I finally remembered And it was only because at the end of the day, I broke it off. And when I broke it off, later, or like that next week on the Friday before fishing on Saturday, I went to grab the rod and I was like, hey, my lines broke off. I didn't retie. And then it dawned on me why I didn't retie. And I actually took the time, staying up even later the night before a tournament, just to play with the reel that I had all week to play with.
Yeah. Well, at least you did it then, not out on the boat.
Well, and the best part is I actually had something wrong with the reel, and I needed to replace that reel. And now it's Friday at like 9 o'clock, no time right before a tournament. And I ended up basically just shuffling reels around to prioritize what rod I wanted.
Yeah. It looks like Coling and Mike went towards the east side.
Yeah, they're up in the east side, the flats kind of area. So that's completely different than what they were running. So not only did they move areas, but they moved to a different style of area on top of that.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, you got Eric down here in shorts, right? People have been stripping some stuff off. It's warming up. Maybe the fish are moving up, trying to get some of that sun.
Yeah, try and see if you can find something that's getting up shallow, up more active.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, in all reality, he's got two different schools. Neither one of them are firing. So if you go find another one of those schools, there's no saying that those fish are going to fire also.
Yeah.
Oh, is Braden hooked up?
He might be hooked up there.
He's reeling something in, but I don't see very much wiggling back.
What is that?
Oh, the elusive stickfish. That's definitely
a good one too.
That's a good stickfish and a helpful mom to unhook him. I don't think I'd touch that sneaky thing. I'd tell him he's got to unhook his own fish.
Well, he's been helping her all day.
That is true, and that's how he's catching fish. So maybe this will let her catch fish.
Yeah, because notice she put her rod down.
She did put a rod down. I'm not even sure what she's throwing, but she put a rod down.
Yeah, it could happen. You notice, though, again, Brian and Coling and Mike moved, and Mike is cranking on something.
Yeah, he switched to something active, so they definitely are pushing up into that shallow or hoping to get something.
Maybe they're hoping. Coling's still drop shot, and you could tell he's got that spinning reel in his hand.
Yeah, but his casts are faster. They're not dragging as long. So
looks like a spinner bait or underspin or something that he's throwing.
Yeah, something in that smaller profile.
And you know, going to that east side, there's a ton of trees out there. So maybe he's throwing something that, you know, be less likely to get hung up.
Yeah, and looks like James and Jeff are also moving.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't like that area. They're moving on.
They just got there not that long ago, though, right?
Yeah, that's down to how you feel. You feel like pooping, you know.
Yeah.
You get there and you didn't. I mean, just like Brian and Mike before they came over to this side, you know, they didn't spend very long on that spot. So they're definitely feeling the pressure of
trying to get that big fish.
Checking schools. Schools aren't going. It's time to scramble and move on to something different.
Yeah, definitely. But he is definitely chucking and winding, and looks like Getz and Eric are still dragging.
Yeah, dragging super slow. And then Alicia and Braden, again, still drop shotting.
Still throwing drop shot.
Who knows what Braden's doing right there, but doing something.
Yeah, you know, and realistically, that Braden and Alicia has gotten a ton of bites, and it's been on drop shot. I don't know why they wouldn't go away from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, realistically, the most bites generated has been either Getz and Eric or Alicia and Braden. So
yeah, and it's been slow.
Yeah,
that slow presentation.
Yeah, they I don't necessarily see a reason why they need to put that drop shot down, especially with seeing the rest of the screens. They're definitely on the right track.
Yeah, they're definitely doing stuff.
So, and I think Baus is throwing an underspin. I think I just saw it in that lane.
That flash?
Yeah, in that little flash during his cast. So He's throwing underspin up there shallow.
Hopefully,
Probably just slow winding that thing around there, ticking through stuff and
ticking through the trees and stuff.
see what picks it
Those
up.
fish will sit in those trees though, right? Like we were talking about earlier, that the trees would be somewhat of an ambush, somewhat of a warmth.
Yeah,
right?
back to like, how we were talking about the grass and the trees and all that. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely something in there to either cover or warmth or whatever they're looking for.
Yeah. It looks like Alicia's throwing a Sorry Steve.
I think she is throwing the Sorry Steve. The
You can see it
watermelon
right
candy, flick shake, that is definitely the Sorry Steve.
That is a bait. If you don't know about that bait catches fish.
And on multiple different lakes. I mean, you're talking Clear Lake, Delta,
all year long.
Berryessa, year round. There's probably only like a 1 or 2 month window that doesn't be a primary color.
Would that be like when the crawdads are molting and are out and about?
I've definitely, the time that it doesn't work for me is when they're extremely bait related. But with that said, it's definitely worked just to be different when you're near that bait. So it's a good bait good bait to pick up throughout the year.
And then it's kind of like a Cinco when it drops, right? Like you wacky rig it and it flutters down the whole way. So, you blind cast it or just throw it out there and it floats down. It'll actually have a attractant, right? Like it attracts the fish. Maybe they'll move that way.
Yeah, the bait was originally designed to be drug on the bottom, wacky style with a ball head.
Really?
So it's designed for that wacky rig kind of look, and that's why it has that really good action. But the funny thing about that bait is that I think I've caught more fish slacklining with that bait than I have dragging it or shaking it.
Really?
Just bomb cast it out, let it hit the bottom, and let it soak.
Really? It looks like James and Jeff have settled down.
Yeah, they're also on that east side too. So
maybe that is a thing. They're thinking the same.
They're thinking the same thing with peeling off clothes. James didn't put his jacket back on before he ran. So, I mean, it's definitely getting warm enough out there now that they went from all bundled up to running without a jacket.
Yeah. And maybe because the lake's so big, maybe both of them just where they're at, they're moving, and that was one of those milk farm runs they wanted to do, right? Like, hey, let's check this area before we move on because we're not going to come back up because it's only a 4-hour.
Yeah, we're almost 3/4 of the way through this.
Yeah.
So you're definitely,
it's getting down crunch time. Really.
Yeah, you're in crunch time. I mean,
you got
everyone but Getz has a keeper in the boat. So they all at least have something to bring the scales besides Getz, but
really,
Getz
is that
the
enough?
one that's getting probably the most bites right now.
He is getting the most bites, but like I said, is that enough? Is that enough? Right? You got an hour and 15 minutes. Actually, less than an hour and 15 minutes. You're feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, it's time to especially if that basically means that Coling and Mike and James and Jeff have spent most of their time kind of on the same couple schools, and they're almost 3 hours into this, and they've both decided to completely abandon those schools and move on to a completely different tactic.
And you figure they both caught a couple fish.
Yeah, so that they're feeling that it's just not that great of a day.
Yeah, and like Coling was talking about earlier, that it is kind of post-front-ish, right? And they could be settling down and not being that active.
Yeah, you know when to move, but then you also have to know when to abandon a bite and try to move on and find a different bite, or feel the day out. And like we were saying multiple times, it's warming up, pull up shallow, keep them honest. Try something that's a complete flip side.
Yeah, trying to just keep them honest, like you were talking about, throwing that A-rig every once in a while and seeing what their attitude is.
Yeah, and then, and then you get the tactic of like Getz, right? Like he hasn't moved from that spot in a really long time. He's moved around on that spot, but he hasn't moved from that spot. So he's more of that mind frame of just grinding out. Like they found a good school and they're just going to grind it out, and it is somewhat paying off. They're getting bid from it.
Yeah. Well, they're getting the bites, right? Like it's really, if you're getting bit and there's that school there, I'm probably going to stay there if I'm getting bites.
Yeah, there's enough to keep you there.
Right.
Versus the other ones are not getting bites. Like they may be on school of fish, but they're not getting bit. So there's not that positive feedback of needing to stay.
Right. So, I don't blame Getz and Eric for staying there, right? Like if they're getting the bites, of which they have been, I would stay there.
Yeah. It actually looks like James has that A-rig picked back up. I haven't figured out yet exactly what Jeff is throwing yet, but James has the A-rig picked back up. So that is his thought, is to run up shallow and see if they can pick something up that's active.
Though.
Oh, hook set.
Watch that camera. All right. Another one.
Is that right out of the trough?
Right off the edge. Not a bad one, a drop shot. Boring fishing, but it's dropped, it's catching. It's kind of like post-front conditions, right? Like realistically, they're not super active. They're moving around pushing bait, but they're not eating our stuff. It's a 143. That one was out there. Ding, 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 ding. I was like, oh, I know what that is.
That's what a bite feels like.
Yeah.
Looks like the move paid off for them.
Yeah, definitely. They picked up that fish. It was slow fishing, throwing that drop shot, but they picked up another fish.
They did pick up the fish, and I don't know if you noticed or not, but they actually have a grand slam. They have a spot, a smallie, and a largemouth with that fish. So they've clinched the grand slam out of the four other boats, or three other boats.
Three other boats, yeah. You know how many people, say back east, stuff like that, want that grand slam?
Yeah, there's definitely like a thing, but like at Berryessa, it's pretty common. When I first heard about people back east actually going to different lakes to be able to do it, I thought it was kind of weird because, I don't know, it's just a common thing on Berryessa.
Right. But, there's a lot of different activities that people do to get like grand slams, like turkey hunting or stuff like that, where they'll go for the grand slam of the different turkeys for the different areas.
Yeah, and Berryessa is a really good area to do that because of that. And then that's the same reason why, like you see with the tougher fishing, you're able to go focus on those three different species. And, even if you're fishing an area, there's no saying that there's only that fish in that area. It moves on.
Yeah. But, spots, they'll travel and chase schools of bait. Smallmouth will be doing the same type thing, but if you guys ever fish for spots, they'll travel out in the middle of the lake and chase bait.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to if you're out in the middle and you I shined the forward scan underneath the boat. That it's a spot that showed up that I actually got to eat. I mean, they're not scared to just pick up on something and just cut across the lake. And smallmouth have been known to do that, and largemouth, not many people talk about it, but they are not afraid to travel down the bank and just not stop and just keep on cruising down that bank.
I've also heard about the largemouth going chasing those big trout too.
Yeah, I mean, in all reality, that is, you know, if they're chasing the trout out in the middle of nowhere, you have to be completely comfortable with moving. And if they're able to be completely comfortable with moving in open water, why would they not be in shallow water?
Right. Moving around, chasing them down. But again, that's hard fishing for me to do, right? Like just pull out and go into, whoa, what's going on? Did we get a temperature change, Eric's?
Yeah, there's something coming on, because Eric, as brave as he was with his shorts, he definitely, it would make sense that he would be the first one to put clothes back on, though.
Yeah, having shorts on.
Yeah, he definitely is be a little bit chillier than the rest, you know.
You can see James, he's got long johns on.
Yeah, speaking about those 2 inches that they were talking about earlier.
Yeah, when it's cold.
Oh, hook set.
Watch my line over. Another one. Underspin. What do you call it? Throwing Pro Blue?
Pro Blue
Pro Blue underspin?
on a mustad underspin.
Show the camera your bait. You're gonna have to hold it over there. It's not a
Little beat up.
little beat up. Hey, my partner's catching fish.
That's 2 today.
Oh my God.
It's like a pound and a quarter.
I don't know. We'll find out. My scale works for me. $145. Not a bad largemouth, but not what we're looking for.
Well, that's 2 fish for him in a pretty short amount of time. And that's on an underspin. And even gave us a little look of what that underspin is.
Yeah, and it helps, right? It actually paid off. What was that?
What was that? And oh, what's the music? Is that the backlash music in the background?
It's backlash time.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we definitely have some backlash music going on.
It makes sense though. He just set the hook on a fish.
He did. He just went from a fish catch to a backlash, back to back. Definitely done that one before.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that line bite a little bit. And
Yeah.
have to pull it out.
Yeah, but that's 2 fish back to back. They're both in that same kind of class. So there is fish moving up there shallow. So they're definitely on to something.
Yeah, and they've caught 4 fish so far.
Yeah, they've got 4 fish in the boat. That's the most out of any of these boats so far. If Getz could turn his bites into fish, then he would definitely be leading this along with Leisha and Braden.
You notice Eric's just putting away an A-rig. He was just chucking and winding.
Yep, Eric just put it away. And you notice they are back to wind. They're not slick calm anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he picked that A-rig up.
Maybe try to get that bite, and you could see bank, maybe that shallower bite. Maybe they're thinking the same thing that James and Jeff and Brian and Mike are thinking, Nicole and Mike.
Yeah.
They're trying to get in that shallower water and see if those fish are moving up at this point in time, right? It is now. They started at 8:30, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking.
We're at like 11:30, right? We're getting close to that noon time.
Yeah. So maybe they're onto something. And Coling and Mike just produced 2 fish going shallow.
Yeah, and you could see that James and Jeff, they're so shallow. There's actually trees sticking out right there, and they're throwing along that tree line. So they're definitely trying to see if that still throwing an A-rig, and I think Jeff is throwing an underspin too. So they're just trying to keep those, see if there's any fish up there shallow and keep them honest.
Right. You can see the trees, definitely,
Yeah.
that they're fishing through.
We'll have to see how long they stick to it and what they decide to keep doing. Let's cut to coaling here for an update.
All right. Update conditions. Where we were at, more on the north end, it was like 55 degrees water. We have currently moved. We are now on the east side, and the east side is a whole degree warmer. It is 56 degrees over here. Both the last fish came shallow. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but we're gonna try to exploit it. Try to get that bigger fish.
Yeah, so direct from them, that is what they're thinking. They're going up shallow and trying to get that active bite and see if maybe this day can turn around to less of a grind and more of something that you can kind of cover a little bit of water and pick off some fish.
And they have, right, throwing that underspin. That is definitely a crank and wind type bait, but it is a slower wind than something like a rig or a crankbait or something like that.
Yeah, and that is the second reactive bite that we've actually seen, and everything else has been drop shot.
So,
or Carolina rig.
Carolina rig has been definitely getting bites.
Yeah.
So we're talking, James has been throwing an A-rig, and we just saw a ton of trees. Would you throw an A-rig into trees?
Hands down, no problem. Would definitely throw it into there. We talked about it earlier with that different line tie angle. Even though it's got the wires that are on there, if it does get hung up, you just don't swing on it. No. If you have a sensitive enough rod, you can tell whether you're about to come into a tree. You could feel that line climbing up as your bait comes up to it. And then it just loads up and you don't swing on it. And you just give it little shakes. And most of the time it can kind of tumble its way out.
So you mean like don't set the hook when you feel that wood?
Yeah, don't set the hook. I mean, it's the same kind of thing with coming up rocks and stuff like that. But if you just kind of have like a sweep hook set, even if it is wood and you give it a sweep hook set, because they're pretty much setting the hook on themselves, you don't have to worry so much about losing A-rigs. I would probably say out of the amount of A-rigs that I've been throwing in this last year, I've probably only lost 2. And that was because they were so deep that I couldn't get a lure retriever or anything like that to them.
Yeah. So far this year, the only way I lost one was breaking a wire.
Yeah, and that's just, just from not setting that hook. I mean, you sweep into them and you lean into them with force when you think it's a bite over a tree, but really it's that having that rod that you can tell what you're into before you actually even get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of interesting to me. Eric and Getz have put clothes back on, and it looks to me like Coling and Mike are taking clothes off.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting that I mean, you can kind of look, if you look at Coling, they have blue skies above them, and if you look at Getz, and now that we know that Alicia and Braden are in the same area as Getz because they were waving to each other earlier, there's definitely a lot more cloud cover that's in there, and they look like they're fairly dark clouds.
Yeah, absolutely, which would make it cooler. And you could tell that there's a little bit of wind still over there, and where the east side, where James and Jeff and Brian and Mike are, there is no wind.
Yeah, they're definitely not in the wind. That wind that was there with Getz has crept over to where Alicia and Braden are now.
Yeah, and they're still fishing, still grinding it out. It's anybody's tournament at this point in time, right?
Yeah, everybody's one bite away. There's nobody that has that one fish that you just have that feeling you have it locked away.
You know it's one, right? Like that's a great thing about fishing is you could go out there and it could be any second that's your personal best fish you've ever caught.
Yeah, personal best, or just heck at this point just one more fish to keep you busy and like Brian said, oh, I know what that is. That's a bite. You know, it's when you have those long grinds, you start to question if you really did feel it or if you just hope you felt that bite.
Right. Just that tick, right? That knock on the door. It will help you out.
Just keeps it going.
Got one.
Oh, we got fish on.
Hook set.
Are you lying?
Nope. He came off. That's what's up.
Brayden.
Type shit. I love when they just swim right at you. Just love it. I actually love it.
Man, that sucks right there. When it's tough to get bites and you get that bite and actually lose it, that hurts.
Yeah, it's been a minute since they got bit, so they're at least they're getting bit again. Though.
Yeah, they definitely did something right? They moved to an area and found something, right, to get that bite.
Yeah, you can kind of see there's a little bit of frustration going on there. Those longer days, you can definitely add some frustration in there.
Yeah, but it's still better to be out there than not, right? And talking about that, it's a good thing to have like a club to go to, right? Like,
yeah, everyone here is all part of the the Fairfield Sassoon Bass Reapers Club. So that is, how you can end up getting on the different boats that we were talking about earlier with fishing with different people. Is that you can, like Mike can fish with Getz the next tournament, or you can fish with James the next tournament, or just fun fishing. It's a great group of guys
and girls.
Alicia's in there also, and not the first female. I think she's like the third female to join the club.
Yeah,
there's definitely been some there's not as common because they don't have the interest, but there's definitely been, actually there's more than 3 now that I think about it. There's been several.
But going to a club and having that opportunity to fish with other people, learn from other people, and then on top of that, like the Reapers schedule out their tournaments for a year in advance, so you could have a year of tournaments scheduled and have it all laid out for the year.
Yeah, and they pull tournaments on, I think it's like August is when they pick lakes and all that, and those are for the following year's dates. So in all reality, your shortest schedule is 6 months away when you're picking those things. So you have plenty of time to schedule out your weekends and be able to dial in what lake you're going to be where.
Yeah, a bonus to that is they pick out different lakes in different areas, so it actually forces you to go to a different body of water, a different area to fish.
And get to that more well-rounded, right? Like, you could definitely be a Delta stick and just be a Delta rat and be really good at it. And then you can also have the people who are really good at Clear Lake or Berryessa. But when you join a club, it forces you to get out of your comfort zone and go fish the lakes that you may not know that well or may not even like, for that matter.
For instance, like Rollins, right?
Like Rollins is a small lake, but we go to, or used to go to. It's a little small for the club now, but it's a lake that I never would have been to if it wasn't for the club.
Yeah, and different clubs have different stuff going on and different levels of clubs. So it's just something that if you want to get into a club or do something like that, that is. You look around and shop around, go visit them, go talk to them, and you could get into a club and find a good group of people that you want to fish with.
Yeah, and you can research them. I mean, you could. A lot of people who find the Bass Reapers, they just type in Fairfield Bass Club, or something of that sort, and we come up in there. And you could do the same thing with Instagram, Facebook. I do know other parts of the country is not quite like the Reapers. The Reapers we kind of pride ourselves as being like an entry level or a learners club. So it's for the people who don't want to go do the big tournaments and just kind of want to get together with friends and shoot it out with each other and get some fishing done.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a learner club. You're not going to be making a ton of money winning a Reapers tournament at a club level, right? Like, it's only $40 per team to enter per day.
Yeah, and I mean that's you're not gonna win a ton out of it, but you're also not losing a ton out of it either.
Right. So, and to me, a little bit more about the club is the Bass Reapers. It's more of like a social group for me, right? Like, some people have high stress jobs and need that outlet, need those other people to talk to, and you get a good group of people and they're all talking about bass fishing. Very interesting, and you can learn a lot really fast.
Or even a break from family, or
right.
Whatever it is, just whatever your reason is. Or if you don't have the family, it's something for you to be like a family with.
Yeah, absolutely. And you notice James is moving.
He's on the move.
On the move again.
They're kind of discussing while they're driving. There's some finger pointing going on, and looks like there's a major turn there. So something must have came to his brain while he was driving.
Yeah, absolutely. The Reapers hold a annual tournament, an open tournament every year.
Yep, they normally do it. It's actually here on Lake Berryessa. They normally do it in the springtime, but with all the competition, with all the other tournaments, they decided to hold it in the fall, and it's actually working out pretty good for us.
Yeah, the fall tournament, most of other circuits or clubs are still going, but the circuits are, doing their TOCs, and, not everybody's in a TOC, right? Tournament of Champions. So it gives opportunity to other people to get out, and where, some people are thinking, hey, it's time to winterize my boat. Here's an opportunity to go out and fish a tournament on Lake Berryessa.
That one last tournament to kind of hit that last thing. You don't have to worry about points. You don't have to worry about anything. And it's pretty decent payout to it. And it's just, something it's low key. You can bring your kid if you want to. There's multiple times where you've seen a dad with a kid that have come out, or husband and wife, or boyfriend, girlfriend. You don't have to worry about, I can't fish with you because of points or money or anything like that.
Right. And it's really fairly cheap, right? Like $120 a boat and $30 for big fish.
Yeah.
So, and I think big fish, 90% goes back.
Yep, 90% goes back for big fish. So that's, it's a pretty good return on investment right there if you do happen to be that lucky one.
Yeah.
But the goal for 2024 is to have it in that late October, mid to late October to early November-ish time, somewhere in that area. It's a pretty decent time for Berryessa fishing-wise. So that's kind of the goal for it.
Absolutely. Oh, Mike, looks like he got that underspin hung up.
Yeah, Mike.
Definitely in some trees. You could see the boat rubbing him.
Yeah, when you're scratching trees. I mean, James and Jeff had that earlier. They were up scratching trees, moving around. Looks like James and Jeff have settled down, even though they zigzagged around a little bit. They've settled down on something. So it kind of looks like they're on the north end of, I believe they call that Small Island. Oh, and talk about putting clothes on. There is a fury going on right now in the Getz and Eric boat.
They're trying to get as much rain gear on as possible. Look at all these other boats, like, enjoying the weather, and they're putting on rain gear. It's raining.
Yeah, you can, if you look over James and Jeff's shoulder, that's kind of the area that Getz is in, and it looks fine where they're at, but man, even Getz has sun in the background, but it's definitely dumping rain on them right now.
Maybe that'll trigger some fish.
Hopefully that can get something going for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Alicia and Braden aren't far from them, but maybe they're going to get rain here in a second from the way it's looking.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to that open tournament, we had this last year had a raffle, and we had some good donors donate to us. Some of the items we we raffled off was a Humminbird 360, Helix 10. Those are some big prizes.
Yeah, along with plenty of other raffle packs and rods and all that. And the main donators from that was Todd's Rods in Benicia and Gone Fishing in Dixon. Those are the main ones.
They always both those businesses take care of their people, take care of us.
Yeah, definitely something. If you guys haven't stopped by those locations or haven't gave them a ring or know where they're at, definitely look them up. Todd's carries a lot of oddball or like different stuff that you don't see at regular bait shops along with the regular stuff. So if you kind of want to find like a little sneaky thing, you can go to Todd's and he has the sneaky baits. And on top of that, he does all of my rod repairs. If I ever get a broken eye or anything like that, that's exactly where I take my rods.
And it's fairly cheap.
Yeah, decent price for it. He's not bending over the rakes for it or anything. And then also he does rebuild reels. I rebuild my own. But he's got, Sonic cleans it and all that stuff. And there's Braden with that cast again. Rocking it out.
Love it. He actually does build custom rods, and I've actually got a couple custom rods from Todd. And I've really enjoyed them. They've been really good rods.
Yeah, so he does custom rods, and that's anything from sturgeon to halibut to anything. If it's a fishing rod, for the most part, from what I know, he can build them.
Yes, and he does a really good job. He takes the time to put that it needs to put into a good rod.
Yeah. Then like I said, the other donator was Gone Fishing. They're getting out of the tackle business, from what I'm understanding.
I kind of heard the other day that he might be going back into things that were moving.
Oh, okay. So he just cut it down. I know there was a sale and there was some talk that was going around there, but I know that I wouldn't see why he wouldn't carry at least the high value or the high moving stuff, the basics, the essentials for all of the local people to be able to go to.
I'm telling you, if he just stocked Sorry Steve, the Bass Reapers would go in there and rip his
one of the other locations, that Sorry Steve peg has been completely empty almost every time that I go in there. And from what I understand, they no longer carry Sorry Steve.
Oh,
so
heartbreak
right there.
Heartbreak.
If you have the emergency needing for the Sorry Steve, the watermelon candy flick shake in the 4.8, they definitely aren't gonna have it anymore.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
But maybe we can get Gone Fishing in on it so they can stock that up.
Oh, that'd be awesome, right?
But I do know that they do boat services. They do all the trailers, the boats, all that other stuff. You can get your electronics set up there. You can get your boat worked on. There's all sorts of stuff that they can do. They do carry like the Perco stuff. They carry life jackets, tubes, skiing essentials, wakeboard essentials, along with selling boats on top of that.
You could go buy a brand new boat there. Or a co-signed boat, right? Like consignment
boat. You could buy used boats there. You could buy new boats. You could repower your boat. It's a full service marine dealer.
Looks like Coling and Mike are going for a move at the moment.
Yep, they're packing up. They're gonna move on to a different area. And
Alicia's
throwing a jacket on.
They're hitting some rain right now. I guess that rain that Getz and Erica were in finally hit them.
Yep, and it also looks like they just pulled up the trolling motor, so they're both moving at the same time.
It is really weird, watching all four screens and seeing these people all move at the same time.
It is definitely something that I have learned from watching this, is how often one boat moves similar to the other boat. The boats moving. I mean, James and Jeff moved. Then Coling and Mike decide to move, and now Alicia and Braden are moving, and that's all within a matter of minutes.
Yeah, minutes. It's
And-
kind of weird how people are putting everything together like that.
And if you look, Getz and Eric, they were up close to the bank, and now they're out off the bank again. So,
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's kind of getting that same feeling that they need to move without even talking to each other or anything.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. It definitely means something, right? Like, why would all these boats be moving at the same time? Why is it that they just pick, hey, we got to move right now?
On a side note, Alicia and Braden, there is a rainbow in the background. So they're definitely have some rain that they're heading towards right now.
Well, maybe they're going for the pot of gold.
That's probably why they decided to move. They saw that rainbow and they said, hey, that's it. That's where the pot of gold are. Guaranteed large smallmouth right there.
Or a largie, right? Like, who knows? But they're going right for it.
Hey, follow the rainbow.
Hey,
Definitely.
have you ever been able to catch up to a rainbow?
I've tried. Definitely followed it cross country once as I was cutting cross country going down 80. And no matter how far I drove, that rainbow just kept staying that much farther away.
The same distance, right?
It would kind of move a little bit, but not like it needed to get.
That sucks. But yeah, no, we got soon this next month we have the International Sportsman Show coming to Sacramento, right?
Yeah, we do have the Sportsman's Expo coming up, and I know that I'm going to be out there.
Yeah, I definitely will be going. But if you guys go, I know for a fact Gone Fishing is going to have some boats there. Go up and say hi to Mark. Tell him that the Bass Reaper sent you. See what he's got.
Yep. Check out the boats. I know he's going to be there. If you happen to see us while we're out there, say hi to us. Let us know. I mean, in all reality, if you're hearing us saying this 3 hours into this, you're definitely a tried and true bass fisherman. And I always enjoy having conversations with fellow bass fishermen that are just as passionate in it as I am.
Right, absolutely. You know, that goes back to that club life, right? Learning different stuff, right? But don't be afraid to come up to either one of us and talk to us, or anybody that's wearing Bass Reaper apparel. They will 100% talk to you.
Yeah, if you're curious about it and somebody's wearing a Bass Reaper's hat or sweatshirt or whatever, then say hi, ask the questions, or just stop by our website or come to our meeting.
Yeah,
It's bassreapers.org.
yeah. And we try to, when we can, get guest speakers to come out and talk.
Which we will be rounding up at ISC. We'll be trying to find a couple of people to possibly come have a conversation with us.
We've had some good talks, right? We've had Ken Ma has come out and talk to us. We've had Billy Hines. We've had a few really good speakers that have come out and given us a good. Ken Brown.
Yep, Kent Brown, Mark Lassane, a lot of local pros, and people who have gone outside of that have come by
Absolutely.
and gave us little guest speakers at our meetings. And heck, even if you have a guest speaker, you can just come by for that. You don't have to be part of the club if you want to listen to it.
And Lassane, he just stepped into big leagues, right? Of running a big tournament.
Yeah, he's got the BAM tour that he's going to be running, which is kind of the replacement for the Wild West debacle that he started up this circuit so that there's a higher level for the West Coast anglers to go to.
There's not very much stuff for West Coast anglers to get out to the big leagues, right?
Yeah, you definitely, that higher level on this West Coast is kind of something that has come and go throughout the years, but hasn't really stuck around out here for whatever reason.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's good to see that somebody stepped up and was able to get it going, and we're going to be having that tour. So,
and he definitely is going to have a lot of eyes on him, that's for sure. So I think he's got it handled, though.
yeah,
I think he'll be doing just fine.
absolutely. And if you've seen any of his advertisements for the stuff, his stuff looks sharp.
Yeah, he's got it going on.
You know, looking at these boats though, the bottom two are nitros. Look at the fishing platform that they have provided nowadays, right? Like nitro has come a long ways.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot. They're wider noses than some of the other ones. Like the Bass Cat's a little bit narrower, although Bass Cat is known to be faster. Nitro's not that bad in speed, and it's got a nice wide front deck if you're fishing two on the front.
Right, but you know, you've noticed like Coling and well, it looks like Coling's hung up right now. Coling and Mike are over there. The boat's wiggling around a little bit. Alicia and Braden, the tin can, it wiggles around some. But both bottom boats are they're solid. Like you could move from one side to the other side of the boat and you're good.
Yeah, it's not, the camera doesn't jump around swaying side to side.
Right.
So it's definitely a decent fishing platform to fish off of. It gets you there.
What did Mike have?
Mike was doing something. It looks like a lure knocker or something he was getting out.
Yeah.
Probably because Brian was stuck, but he got it popped out. That's back to...
He's chucking and whining.
He's chucking and whining, and they're still covering water. He doesn't... I mean, his last fish catch was on a drop shot, but now he's chucking and whining. So they're still trying it out.
What's he throwing? I didn't get to see. I didn't see what he was throwing.
I believe he's throwing an A-rig. That would explain why he was getting hung up in those trees.
Oh, yeah. But it did come out, right?
Yep, just like we were talking about.
Yeah, but what is Alicia? Oh, she
looks like Alicia's finished moving. Now she's cleaning the camera so that we can have an actual see of what we got since she just went through that rain.
Hey, that's being aware of her surroundings, right?
Very lovely. And a very lovely towel on top of that.
I know. I bet you couldn't even pick up that towel.
I wouldn't even know what color it is.
Well, you're colorblind. So.
That's what happens.
You know how hard it is probably to figure out how to fish when you're colorblind? Or it's a blessing, right? You don't have very many colors to go through.
Yeah, it's so much easier when people are like, oh, I got this with this flake and that with that flake. Well, they're all the same with the same flake, so it makes it a lot easier. But at the other half of that is every single package has the name written on it, so you know what it is. The one beautiful thing about that is I don't get hung up on a lot of the little nuances. Like, to me, fishing, like the color for that is lighter or darker. I'm not necessarily looking at exactly what tint of green it is or what tint of brown it is. In fact, heck, some of them, the greens and the browns look the same to me anyways.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. The lighter, the darker, right? Like,
and there's theories out there. The bass are colorblind also. They're to the same kind of level. They can only see certain degrees of red and certain degrees of other colors. And supposedly they can't see blue at all.
Really?
Yeah, that's one of the theories of that. Can they prove that? No, because it's really hard to just walk up to a bass and say, hey, Fred, what do you think? What do you see?
Right. So on the colors of you being colorblind, what is your favorite color? Like, what is your number one go-to color?
If I could only have one bait forever and ever for the rest of the time, it would be the Sorry Steve.
Sorry Steve, huh? That watermelon flick shake, huh?
Watermelon candy flick shake. That would probably be my one bait. If I had to pick one thing for the rest of my life, it would probably be that.
That is very interesting. What color would you pick if it was like a Kitech-ish or like a swim bait type?
See, that one's a tough one. Cause I have 5 colors that I throw in Kitechs. And that's I'm gonna start from white and go to shaddy. So the sight flash is almost all white. I'll throw that in muddy water. Then you have Ghost Rainbow, which is a little bit whiter, but it's kind of like more neutral on there. And then you have Rainbow Shad.
Where'd you get that one from?
From this one guy, I don't know who it is.
Fishing in the club together.
Fishing in the club, back to that club atmosphere.
Yeah.
And then you get Threadfin Shad, And then you go to the darkest one, which is bluegill flash.
Those are the only ones you're throwing.
Those are the only 5 I rotate between. And in all reality, back to that kind of colorblind thing is, I don't want to complicate it any more to that. In all reality, if I'm not getting bit from those 5, I'm throwing a different bait. I'm not even moving on.
Now, if you're throwing an A-rig and you have those choices of those 5, could you put one of every color on and see if it works?
You could, just to see if you're getting bit. The other half of that is you don't know what, if you got short struck, you don't know what you got short struck on. And there's definitely times where I've seen where a single one of one color, and then you change the rest of them to that full color, takes them from short striking it to fully committing.
True.
But I've also seen it the other way around, where what's the best way to find out what bait's getting bit? Throw all of them.
Yeah, cycle through, right? Like what all 4 of these boats have been doing today, cycling through baits.
Yep, and keeping them honest, right? That's one of the guys in the club, Mike Rivera. That's his phrase: is keep them honest.
And throw that confident bait, that one that you usually always throw.
Yep, and when it's time to grind, that's what you got to do. Is what haven't I done in a while, and then just pick it up and chuck it.
And seeing that you've seen multiple boats here do that, as Eric was just throwing it, a A-rig, right? Coling was just throwing an A-rig. It looks like Mike's hung up a little bit.
It looks like Bouse caught California, or
Yeah.
Mike caught California.
Yeah, he's definitely hung up there.
Well, we'll see. He's pulling.
Don't pull on it like that. Kind of bounce it. Just
Hey, that underspin may be. Is it weedless or not weedless?
I don't know. I don't. What do you say? A mustad?
Mustad.
I think it's not weedless. I think it's exposed hook.
Yeah. Well, it definitely it hooks more than just fish.
What is that?
If you guys do not have one of these, make sure you go out and buy them. I bought this one from Amazon for like 40 bucks. It only goes about 15 foot, but you fish in Berryessa on the east side, Delta, or Clear Lake, you could save some baits. You figure 2 A-rigs, you can pay for the whole thing. Tie it in a knot for you. Thank you. Thank you, Money sir. Well spent.
I will definitely say the amount of money that I have saved with that style of lure retriever has definitely paid for itself over and over and over again.
And to have one of those, it builds confidence to throw in those trees, to throw in those rocks, to throw those A-rigs and drag them along the bottom, especially on the east side, like he said, Clear Lake, Delta.
As long as you're under 20 foot, that like 15 to 20 foot, you can reach down in there. You can put your arm into the water a little bit and pop that stuff free. And all it is basically a painter's pole, a telescoping painter's pole with a screw end on the end of it.
Yeah.
And you basically put the line onto it, run that all the way down into there, and then you basically thread it onto the A-rig or whatever bait it is, and it'll wrap around those wires, and you may have to bend some wires back, but man, I can't even think of the amount of A-rigs that I've saved from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Or any baits, right? Like you have that one bait, say for instance, you throw a mega bass jerk bait. They're $25 a pop.
Yeah.
Right? You throw a mega bass jerk bait, you save 2 jerk baits ever with that pole.
Yep, and it's paid for.
It's paid for. You just saved your boat money.
And it looks like James and Jeff are moving. So they're done with that area. We'll see where they go. But yeah, that 2 rod, or I've had to buy 2 of those retrieving sticks because I actually broke one by my own stupidity. I had one of the joints, and I leaned against the boat with one of the joints, and it just popped the glue that's on the inside, and it just went swimming. So I've bought 2 of those things now, and zero hesitation. I already had the new one purchased before I even left the lake because it's that valuable of an item.
Yeah, to get those lures back, right? It looks like Getz and Eric are getting a little warmer. They took their jackets back off.
That rain has passed through for both of them.
Yeah. And it kind of looks like it passed by Coling and Mike without any problems. It looks like it's on the left-hand side of them there. Definitely, you can tell that there's that weather.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you got a big enough lake, you can get where 2 of the people have like downpour putting jackets on, and the other 2 haven't even reached for a jacket at all.
It looks like James and Jeff are going around the Big Island there.
Yeah, they're gonna be running. They definitely they didn't catch anything. Didn't see them hook set on anything, but they gave it a try.
They did catch 2 fish in the beginning of the day, but it's been kind of slow for them since then.
Yeah, they're kind of disconnected from it. I haven't seen very many hook sets either, so they're kind of a little bit of struggle bussing.
Yeah, 4 hours it puts some stress on you,
and it goes by really quick, especially when they only got half hour left in the day,
right?
And they need to upgrade,
right? But they do have a fish in the boat. Right?
They do have a fish in the boat.
We still have a boat that does not have a fish in the box at this time.
And his bites have been reducing too. So hopefully he can pull that out. That's a long day. He does not have a fish in the box, even though he's been getting bites. And now they're not getting as many.
Yeah, absolutely. But Alicia and Braden, they've been doing pretty well. They've put 2 fish. They got them in. Braden's throwing an A-rig again.
Yeah, picked up an A-rig.
Trying to keep them honest.
Yeah, so they're bouncing around, trying to keep things going also.
Yeah, which is not bad. That they are. Oh, what is it? Alicia's hooked up?
Oh, Alicia's hung up. It's the other up. You got hooked up and hung up.
Hooked up and hung up.
She's got the hung up side.
She looks like she got it out though.
Nope, it's out. At least you're not putting new gear on.
Hopefully she didn't break anything off. We'll find out here in a second.
Yeah, I don't think she's yanking on there hard enough. It didn't. Nope, it's still there, and she's still throwing the Sorry Steve.
Yep, she's still at it.
And it was such a good idea that she went to the other side of the boat and chucked it out.
Well, when you fan cast like that, you bound and determined to get on one of them.
Yeah, you're bound to have something happen.
Right, absolutely.
Looks like James is nestling in on the east side, kind of near farmhouse area.
No, is that the vineyard area?
No, Vineyards is a little more north from that. This would be the farmhouse kind of almost near the mouth of the Narrows. This cove kind of has some trees inside there that are just underneath the water. So he's kind of going back to that shallow idea like he was, but a little bit steeper bank.
They're going for that different look, right? That going to a little deeper bank.
Trying what they saw earlier, but different variety.
Different area in the lake, right? Trying to repeat that. What are they looking at?
Catch that. I think we just got lit up on. Sheriff helicopter. Lit us up out here. He's still flying though. I guess we're good.
Oh, that's fun times right there. I bet you that sheriff knows what they're doing. They're probably a bass fishing fan.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably just jealous.
Or at least just bored, maybe, because maybe they're on a long run and they see somebody down there looking at them.
Yeah, definitely lit them up, though.
Yeah.
You could tell Coling's very been fishing with a GoPro for a while and knows that to try to mark stuff.
Yeah.
by putting his hand up there.
Yep. Just so you could find stuff while you're going through footage.
Yeah. That way you don't have to watch full footage, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I was in a helicopter, I'd probably be doing the same thing that guy's doing.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? You got to do something fun.
You know, it's kind of like the airplanes when they teeter-totter themselves back and forth, you know, give the little wing wave kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
Why
high.
not? If I got a siren, then why not?
Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like James and Jeff are definitely cranking again, right? Like,
Yeah, they're back to power fishing. I'm gonna guess they're probably just biding out their time, hoping to find that active fish. There's still no jackets on, so they're probably just looking for that warm, hoping something comes up there warm and active.
just something that steps up and gives them that win, right?
Yep. Coling and Mike, they're still up. They're still up, chucking and whining themselves too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least Coling is, that is.
Yeah. I think Mike is.
He switched over to the drop shot. He's shaking it.
Yeah, he's definitely going. And Getson and Eric are still grinding.
Yeah, they're kind of been. Getz and Eric have been bouncing around in this area. They've been moving around in that area. But I almost thought Getz was hook setting.
Even
looked like he was just hung up a little bit.
It looks like Braden's hung up. Also,
yeah, he switched over to A-rig, and I know the area they're in. They definitely have some good rock in that area.
He got it.
No, I think he's still messing with it.
Oh, yeah. That's the drop shot.
Yeah, but they're keeping it honest, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to keep them honest. You never know. I can't tell you how many times I fished with somebody where the only thing we could do is catch drop shot fish, and then they just put it down and pick up something else, and boom. Just seeing that different bait, right? Those fish sometimes get so accustomed to that same bait that you're throwing at them. Throwing something different might trigger that bite.
Yeah, looks like Getz is going into the locker, or he's putting something away.
Putting rods away.
Whatever it was, he's done with that rod. He's putting rods away.
Clearing the deck.
Yeah, and James also put a bunch of rods away too. So he definitely, you're getting down in that time. You start locking into, all right, we only have this much time left. Let's clear the deck. Quit pulling the different options. Let's just stick. Let's get the confidence baits out and see what we can do with the confidence.
It looks like Jeff just pulled out an A-rig.
Yeah, so now they're both throwing A-rig.
Right. That is confidence bait?
Yeah, it must be. Time to burn bank and see what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. But,
I do know that there's a tree line right where they're at, so they're probably just hoping to pick up that straggler.
So what you're telling me is that Berryessa has multiple different options with tree lines in different areas.
Yeah, and that's the one good thing. The one good thing about the lakes that rise and fall is that it gives a chance for trees and shrubs and grass and all sorts of stuff, new nutrients to get grown in areas that will eventually get flooded and put new nutrients back into that lake.
Yeah, that's definitely true. A good thing too is when the lake does go low, you could actually drive around and try to map some stuff out.
There's definitely some rock areas that I've seen that I'm like, oh, that makes sense while I get bit in that area. And this is before forward scan where you can actually look. But that new forage or that bait and all that stuff can run up into that grass that's just been flooded or the trees, and they can use that. And it's just a natural way to revive a lake.
Yeah. And, if it doesn't go low and you want to go find a new lake, you could also use Google Earth Pro, right?
Yep, and that's the lake going low is how Google Earth Pro comes into that, is because you can go back to those drought years and look through that footage and find your areas, find your ditches, your rocks, and do the research on a lake above just your time on the water.
And you could actually mark on a SIM card, right? And put it in your graph.
Yep, you can make waypoints, and then you can just easily YouTube it and convert stuff over to make it. Like, for instance, Don Pedro, I had never even dropped my boat on the water at Don Pedro. And when I did, I already had 200 waypoints that later on ended up playing and helping.
Yeah, definitely. But 200 waypoints is a lot of waypoints.
Oh, I definitely went deep into the waypoint making.
Yeah, to go look, just look at them.
Yeah, and then
the water.
The other thing was remembering what all those waypoints did. Definitely was a trick. Oh, there's a hook set.
You on? Little one. Need the net. Oh, yeah. Okay, easy, I'm gonna race to you. There we go. Little 3-pounder. Got the aerator on. Yes.
There you have it. Getz is on the board.
Finally
Gets
one
put
in the
one on the
box.
board. All those bites he's been getting though all day, it finally paid off.
Yeah.
But you notice he set the hook like 3-4 times.
Yeah, he definitely was worried with all those other missed bites that he had. He was definitely worried that one did not get a good enough hook penetration. And if you remember, he dumped a good one at the boat.
Yeah. So he definitely, those things weigh on your mind when you're out there fishing this whole time, right? Like, what happens? Why did I lose a fish? You know what I mean? So,
and sometimes it's, a rod change or a line change or a hook change, but sometimes it's just the way they're eating it.
yeah.
You could hook every single one, and then one day they just come unpinned. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just the way they're eating it.
There's sometimes that I think that, switching sides, right? You're pulling one way, you have a fish on, you're pulling one way. Don't try to switch over to the other side.
Yeah, if you're so basically if you're saying let's say you're leaning left, right? So you're holding your rod to the left, the line's going to the right. That you don't switch so that you're holding your rod to the right with the line going to the left, is what
Correct.
you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like I feel like that changes the angle of the pressure that the rod is putting on the fish, and it could unhook, right?
So like it's moving the hook point kind of thing?
Yes. Moving that hook point. I have a bad feeling about that, right? Like I don't think that's a great idea to do.
Yeah, I myself have noticed that same kind of thing, and I stopped doing that, and I definitely have reduced the amount of fish losses that I have had.
Right. When you know that you're hooked up, right? You could feel them, the head shake. That's horrible when you get that, right? Like you get that head shake, it's shaking, it's coming, and you change sides, and all of a sudden nothing.
Yeah, and one of the things that I learned from that is actually from recording myself and re-watching where I lost them. And I kid you not, you change sides and you just go 3, 2, 1, and then you hear me go, oh, he came off. Like it's crazy how when you watch that fish catch, you can actually go back and realize that is what happened.
Well, some of the pros say that when you're throwing a glide bait, you're throwing a Huddleston or anything like that, open hook, when you hit them, you should just keep cranking, keep them coming, right?
Yeah.
Have that mouth open up like a parachute.
Yep, just keep them coming. They're already hooked, right? Because you already have the weight on it.
Right.
So they're already hooked. You just need to keep them coming at the boat to increase your odds.
Yes, absolutely. And it makes sense to me, right? You have that pressure of the water, their mouth open. They can't do anything except for come to you, right? They can't turn and go down. They can't go up and walk. They're just stuck with their mouth open.
Yep. And do I hear backlash music?
I think you do. It looks like Eric is peeling a reel.
Look at him go. Ah, The good old backlash music. I love hearing it every time it comes up.
That's awesome. Well, he got it out though.
Yeah, it's out.
Jeff's back down. He's going after some type of bait. He had an A-rig in his hand.
He did have an A-rig in his hand. Looks like James is still throwing an A-rig. Braden has, I'm going to guess, an A-rig just from the amount of time, and he has a bait caster. Alicia's still grinding out that drop shot. I mean, we're getting down into the last less than 15 minutes here. So it's kind of the confidence. Braden just swung on something, but must have been the bottom.
He's definitely slow cranking, which is a great method for that A-rig, if that's what he's throwing.
Yeah, but he's throwing that A-rig, letting it hit the bottom, and then just slow winding it along that bottom.
You got to do that sometimes, right? You use that bottom as a pinch point for him.
Mike's throwing, looks like drop shot. Not 100% sure what Coling is throwing, but it's something that he's got time for. And then, Getz and Eric are both throwing Carolina rig, and I mean, they've had the bites to prove it. There's no reason why you wouldn't.
Yeah, slow dragging them, just trying to get that bite. Just trying to get hooked up again, right? They finally put one in the boat. They are part of the crew now, right? Like they're doing it.
Yeah, they at least come to the scales with something.
Yeah.
Nothing like, I mean, imagine that whole day. He dumps one at the boat. He's been getting bit all day. You're down to the final minutes, and you don't even have one in the live well, and you're thinking, man, what is wrong today? To finally get that one in the live well, you know that's got to be relief for him.
Absolutely. That pressure is off, right? Because who knows what the other three boats are doing, right? These teams don't know what's going on right now.
No, and you don't have, I mean, we may be able to see what all is going on, but they don't get to see what's all is going on.
Correct. So anything could count. Anything could win, right? Just putting that one fish in the boat can do it. And James putting his A-rig away. He's winding up his rod.
Yeah, he must. I mean, they started burning bank. Jeff already backed out of it. Now he's backed out of it. Looks like he's picking up the drop shot. He's just going to try burning bank with that or doing something. I mean, he is kind of, there's a little cove there and a little point.
What is Getz doing right now?
Getz is back with that live well, probably doing a little bit of fish care. I think I just saw him with a needle in his hand. Yeah, he's fishing the fish, is what it looks like to me. He's bleeding that air sac out of there.
Yeah, that's really good for the fish. Like we talked about before, taking care of your fish. You know, I saw the other day somebody was talking about using Mountain Dew if the gills are bleeding.
Yep, and that the citric acid in the Mountain Dew is what they're saying is able to help close the wound.
It's kind of like putting gauze on an open wound that a human would have or something like that.
Yeah, they said Mountain Dew, and I think the other one is Sprite.
Or 7-Up.
Or 7-Up, something like that.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there, right?
But let's listen in on Getz here and see what they got going on.
Are you over me? That's how rumors start in camera footage. We're dancing. We're dancing.
We definitely got that on video. And when you're on the front deck, there's gonna be some dancing though when both people are fishing up on the front deck.
Yeah,
right?
There's no Vegas rules when there's a camera.
Oh, hook set.
Oh, no. Too much slack, huh?
Another bite for Getz. It's almost like a window's opening up for him, kind of like earlier when they started going back-to-back bites, and now they're going back-to-back bites again.
What would cause something like that, right? Back-to-back bites, a window. What windows are there?
See, last time there was sun when there was more shade or clouds. Now you could tell they're not in the sun right now, so it's a little bit different of it right there.
Different conditions.
different conditions. That last time it was slicked off with sun, now it's wind with cloud. So it's probably just an area. There could be a ball of bait that's rolling through there that's activating them, or something else. Who knows?
Yeah, I noticed his second hook set, right after that second hook set, trying to make sure, like what we talked about before was his last fish where he set the hook a couple times. He did a second hook set on that time.
And that's when it unbuttoned.
And right then it unbuttoned, right? Like, those are things to remember and learn about, right?
It could have not been buried in that fish all the way. I mean, if he's swinging for another one, he didn't feel like he had it right the first time. Or he just gun shy because of all the other ones.
Well, you know, something to think about is he is throwing an 1.5 ounces. So he's got to pick that up off the ground.
Plus his long leader.
Plus a long leader. He's got to pick that up off the ground and be able to move it enough that it hits that fish to penetrate that hook.
Yeah, and when you're pulling it, that 1.5 ounces has got to be able to yo-yo up and down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So if he didn't hit it hard enough, that would make sense, right? Thinking about it now.
Yeah, I definitely is not a bad idea to make sure that you have a good, nice hook set in there.
Yeah, 100%.
So, looks like, James just missed a bite. Maybe there is a bite window opening up. Now you got two different people, two different boats that are getting bites. There might be a little bit going on, and it's right here at the end of the day, too. There's less than 5 minutes left.
Less than 5 minutes. This is crunch time. So what were the rules in the beginning on this, like, for time frame? Are they supposed to be back at the ramp?
Nope, it ends on the water. You start on the water, end on the water. So everybody can fish to the last minute as long as that fish is up over the gunnel at the time, just like MLF rules.
Oh, what's that music?
I hear the backlash music again.
Looks like Colling's got a backlash. Yeah, I saw it splash right in front of the boat.
It was a beautiful cast, all 5 foot of it.
Hey, maybe he was giving it his all.
Yeah, let's listen in on Get.
Every now and then where it's like they'll grab it, it feels like a bite. No, they're just grabbing it. It's like a tension. So it's like a pull, not just a boom.
Right there, that's going right back to that teamwork that we've been talking about, right? Like Eric hasn't really been getting the bites, but Getz has been getting the bite. So he's talking to him about, what he's looking for, right? Like,
yeah, what kind of bites? Like, it doesn't sound like he's getting those hard thumps. It's just kind of loading up.
Yeah, a little loading up, and that's where the bite is. So hopefully, Eric can put one in the boat here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, hey, could be the savior of the day.
Could be
it. They're getting the bites. It's entirely possible that they can.
Yeah, 100%. This is super exciting, right? Like, it's down to the wire right now. They got to do it. They got to catch a fish.
At least everybody has a fish to weigh in, at least.
Yes. And
so
look at Alicia. She's going to an A-rig.
Yeah, she's back to the A-rig, hoping from that same little thing. She's been throwing drop shot for a while. She switches back.
Right.
And I think Braden's also throwing A-rig. So they're both looking for that last little power shot, hoping for that last little bite.
Right. Yep, absolutely. Anybody's game right now. Anybody. That's how fishing is, though. Like, you could go to the last second and catch that big one.
Yeah, you definitely can. So right when this ends, right when their timers all go off, they're going to be showing the camera, and then they're just going to pack up and make their way to the ramp so that we can weigh it in. Right there on the water, everyone gets out their biggest fish, and we just weigh against each other and find out who the winner really is of this 4-hour shootout.
Are all the videos going to be playing all at the same time?
For what? So as far as the weigh-ins?
Yes.
Nope, it's each individual weigh-in, so you get to see what it is, and then we'll talk a little bit about, give a little recap of what they caught it on.
Hopefully get a recap, right? It looks like a lot of people are packing up right now.
Yeah, Alicia and Braden are probably packing up. Their boat is a little bit slower. Maybe they just want to get a head start on it.
Yeah, Coling just putting away his the pole, the retriever.
Yeah, that might be a lack of confidence. Yep, still 1 minute left for Alicia and Braden. But they're going to show the time and looks like they're going to be packing up.
Huh. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. It's been a good day though so far. People have been catching fish. Not one boat has not caught a fish.
Nope. And it's definitely down here in these last couple seconds. So
let's listen in and see what's going on.
Yep.
Mine's in. Mine's in.
Timer, my man. That's it. That's time.
Mine's in.
I'm sorry, but yeah, the A-ring.
All right. Official weigh-in.
I guess if we take some photos, I'll probably pick
Yeah, you could do it for reapers.
Which one you guys want to weigh?
Pick it.
What's your big?
Well, show her mom so you can pick. Which one?
You got a bean?
I don't know. You pick it. It's your fish.
6 to 1, half nose the other. That might be it.
That's the one I would have picked.
Put it back in. So you let that one. I'm curious what the other.
That's Alicia. That's Braden. Their total
220.
2.20.
Good job.
Spot.
Put it back.
You guys want a picture? Hold them up, both up, and he'll take a
Give
picture.
you one of your fish.
All right, next one to weigh.
All right. Sorry. Brian and
What are you,
Eric.
a walleye fisherman?
Brian, Eric, they're big fish.
$191.
1.91. Currently, Alicia and Braden are leading.
You guys want me to release it?
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to kiss it on your way back? Next up is Mike Bouse and Brian Coling
Hey, there it is.
with a spot,
Well, this spot.
chunk spot.
That's a good spot.
You want me to call it?
3.35, 335.
Pull yours out so we can get a picture. While this one's out.
And a chunky little smallie. Bouse caught a fish today?
Hold on.
I caught two,
What'd
buddy.
you catch it on,
Hold on,
Bouse?
let me get-
Straight bass, homie.
What'd you catch it on?
Let me get a picture of that.
This guy was on a drop shot.
Yeah, let him get a picture of it because we actually have to have proof that you caught one. All right, this is.
Oops. Oh, son of
Well, it wasn't 3 pounds anyways.
shit.
There's your grab.
Did you get that? I thought you had him.
I thought I had him too,
I
but
know, you just
right
started
when you
pulling
let
him
go,
away.
he kicked and went sideways out of my hand.
Oh, I'm glad we don't have any money or beer riding on that one.
No doubt.
All right, hold on. What was Big Fish caught on?
Morning dawn, 4.5 inch chartreuse tail, robo worm,
Drop shot?
drop shot.
How deep?
20.
20? How? Gets.
Yes.
What was your Big Fish caught on?
Carolina Cinco.
Carolina with a Cinco. What color?
Watermelon red.
Watermelon red. How deep?
30 feet.
Alicia Braden.
Drop shot 15 feet, 30, around there. Watermelon candy, flick shake.
Watermelon candy flick shake. Sorry, Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
And our Big Fish was before it got thrown in the water. Was on a rig.
Brian.
Just to recap, that way you guys all just saw that anyways, but just a recap of what they were throwing at that time. Well, it wasn't 3 pounds anyways.
There's your grab.
Did you get that? I thought you had him.
I thought I had him too,
I
but
know, you
right
started
when